net ROAS of more than 1.5, 1.6 by spending money on Amazon and by spending money on Flipkart and Insta, other such platforms. You'll end up getting into a loss. Yes, you've taken your exit, you must have made great money. So you can bear that loss on a new company. But when you go to raise funds after the year or the year and a half, a lot of VCs or seed funds would not entertain you because now top line ka zamana gaya, now it's all about working on profitability. So the ideal scenario for you would be to first launch your products, a few products, 10, 15 SKUs. Started with a Nykaa, with an Amazon, with a Flipkart, with other smaller portals. You know, Etsy now is getting popular in India. With other smaller portals where you already have organic customers. And it's better to spend advertising money over there and first build your consumer traction and then start getting those consumers on your D2C brand. So that's very important. A short strategy is product list karo, har product ke andar coupon dal do, saying your next purchase on my website gives you 25% off. That's how you get customers who find you on a marketplace, but then follow up the next transaction on your D2C store. That's how you build something more profitable.
Anyone else? Yeah, gentleman in the back. Yep. Question for at what point of time D2C or new age, or I call it challenger brand, rather, I use a new term for challenger brand, would go offline, right from the word start. Let's say starting from 1st of March, going online. What time? 12 months, 12 months plus, or 24 months plus.
So what do you do?
I work for a startup, and we are provide a lot of, I'll say, commerce solutions, offline commerce solutions for that.
Offline commerce solutions to that, right? So your context of the question is to understand कि by when should you start pitching an offline integration to D2C brands? यही पूछना चाहते हो?
Yeah. My objective is to, because I have also individually invested in a couple of D2C brands as well. That perspective, I don't want.
Abhilasha, I have an answer, but do you want to start?
Yeah. Depends a bit on the category. And I think that's the answer for like most things D2C, it's too broad an umbrella too. In the food and beverages space, we were doing that from day one. So maybe in a very small manner. And then of course you have to figure out your price point, your SKUs, which offline broad word, which offline segment is correct for you at that particular SKU price point and level. But I would say, like when I say, I think we probably listed on marketplaces first, started building our own thing, and within 2 or 3 months, we did have presence in offline. And that was again in a very sort of calculated, prioritized manner. That's because food and beverage is still a very, you want to see it to believe it. You want to see it offline in a sort of variety of ways. There's still a lot of discovery and branding that is happening offline along with consumption. So for us, that was a category very, very appealing. Second, there are a lot of reasons where offline can also be extremely profitable if you have the right finance. So at least the food and beverages context pretty early. And I know you're working on like offline enablement. One thing that I think is a huge white space is like sometimes offline is hard to have visibility on. Even now, a lot of solutions are based on like, oh, your promoter is in this place, those kind of software. But there isn't enough on like trying to have more loops back offline to online so that you understand your end consumer better. We had to do it through hacks. We did a lot of stuff through QR codes, etc. What Akash was also saying, just try and understand that better. But that's a huge opportunity. Like I've given arm and leg to have a good offline to online, not just to upsell and cross-sell, that's obviously there, but also frankly to understand your consumer. Because one of the challenges in your first few years, I think many years, is you're actually not very sure of you're doing it through another party. Because you want to know them much better. So yeah, that's sort of the broad thing, pretty early for us, given the segment in space, and I just highlighted a couple of challenges. I love solving.
Going offline is not dependent on a milestone. Going offline is it depends on 3 factors: guts, money and demand. How much guts do you as a founder of a company have or a management? How much money do you have in the pocket to sustain credits or to sustain, the payments from the market? Because offline is more of a credit game. And third is the demand and intelligence. To give you an example, very early in our journey, we started identifying a few pin codes which were giving us a lot of repeat consumers. Give you an example, Howrah near Kolkata was one of those pin codes where a lot of ladies were buying one particular product by Bella Vita. I think this was during a time where we were just about 3.5 crores a month kind of a revenue. We quickly went offline just in that pin code with about 50 odd shops, right? And then we started identifying more markets where we could have gone offline. The same thing we did with Bevzilla as well. A lot of companies make a mistake where they hire a national head, put a lot of money behind it, go distribution, but offline is a market जहाँ पे आपका product अगर advertise नहीं होगा तो pickup नहीं होगा. Plus online में क्या आप अपना product समझा सकते हो, offline में you can't explain your product to consumers. So offline is always dependent on the amount of funding you can do towards your inventory and credit cycle, the amount of guts you can show to market your product in the most innovative way, and third, by being intelligent about where the demand is coming from. So I hope that's all.
Anyone else? Yeah, please.
Hello.
Sir, my name is Yash. I just want to understand, like, whatever perspective you're talking about here is more of product based. But as a business, where we are providing services as a corporate skill development organization, so how would you recommend that we position it in front of the larger corporate scenario instead of using Facebook, Instagram? These are like all social media handles wherein people have a perspective which is more about entertainment. But if we talk about the educational part, the academic front, students to get into corporate, and also the corporate veterans, the army, they're trying to transition their career to corporate. So how would you recommend that we reach out to that larger corporate scenario?
The question is, how do you build your business by reaching out to the right corporate clients?
Yes,
Right?
how
Which
can we channelize it?
so Facebook, Insta, you're saying is more of entertainment product, etc. Right?
Yes.
So let's answer your question. Which is the biggest platform where all the corporates and all the serious conversations happen? LinkedIn and roadshows. So I think in corporates, all these activities are arranged by admins and each other, right? So if you're able to reach out to them through roadshows by visiting them one-to-one, and second is by innovative content on LinkedIn, especially testimonials by these people. I think that's the only two strategies to follow without burning out. The dilemma that we are in right now is we do about half a million, just under half a million annually right now. 90% comes from you and D2C. We are completely bootstrapped. 100% of our sales comes from SEO. We haven't spent a penny yet on performance. Now, either we stay bootstrapped and slowly grow and earn a 30-35% net, or we spend out of that 35% to 25% on customer acquisitions to Facebook and Instagram, lose our bottom line but increase our top line. So as a Desi, I'm happy with bottom line, but as in the whole startup journey and world that we are stone in, we want to grow fast to reach that 10 million as well. So it's very difficult to leave the bottom and go for top. And that's the dilemma because, where is the point that we forget on the bottom and start on the top now? So that's, can I have a name, please? Varun, sir. Varun. Hello, do you want to answer him? Or
Just one quick thing is that, see, basically, one thing that I've understood and realized is that, say today if you're half million, right, and say 30%, whatever that amount is, right, you can get the same amount at 10 million also. Means you reduce your EBITDA margins and you can get that too, right?
not
But
for us, sir. We're a slow fashion company, so our margins are limited to what they are. We work on a gross of 50%. We cannot increase that. So that'll stay stable. That's not what he's saying, but ठीक है, बताते हैं.
hey, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि like when we are looking at the overall market size, right? Like obviously it has to be bigger, right, than half million. That is what you're targeting.
Yeah, top line, absolutely. It's
So
100 million.
when we are talking about, say, you keep a margin, EBITDA margin of say 35% is what you're saying, right? Like today you maintain a 35% margin. In clothing industry, if you have anything, above 8%, I think it's a healthy margin to be. You can target a 8% and grow that 500,000, that additional EBITDA what you have, you can spend on advertisement and grow it further and have that same value, right? Like whatever you have today, you can still have that value.
सर वो तो समझ गए, बट 500,000 में जितना प्रॉफिट अभी कमा रहे हैं, 4 मिलियन में भी उतना ही कमाएंगे. So logic वहाँ है.
बहुत simple है. Is it a family business?
No, it's a startup.
It's a startup.
Yeah.
कितने partners हैं?
Just me.
Just two. कहाँ से operate कर रहे हो? गुड़गांव से, घर से, ऑफिस से. 500,000 सेल करते हो साल की? 3.5 crore. Yes. 30% EBITDA. 30% net. 30% net EBITDA. 30% net
profit.
net profit ना.
Yeah.
उसमें टैक्स भी देते हो ना. हाँ जी. टैक्स काट के साल का कितना करा है? 1 year.
Yeah.
1 year. So you make close to 8 lakh rupees a month. Approximately. That's fantastic. No one in this room, I think very less people in this room would make that kind of money. Right. Now, what is the ambition? Is the ambition for you to keep making 8 to 10 to 15 lakhs a month for the next 10 years? Or the ambition for you is to make 25, 30 crores in that? What's the ambition? Ambition will depend on that.
Ambition is to take it to 100 crore and net earn about 1.5, 2 crores a month.
So do you think with your own money you can take this to 100 crores?
Yes, it's a profitable.
Awesome. So you're making 8 lakh rupees a month. आपकी शादी हो गई बता? हाँ जी. कितने बच्चे? क्या बात कर?
Twins. Just had twins.
Awesome. So you can live a great life in Gurgaon in
Right.
about 3.5 lakh rupees a month. With a wife and 3 kids, driving a great car, living in a नहीं 4 लाख.
बीवी पर डिपेंड करता है सर, बीवी कैसी हो.
थोड़ा कंट्रोल भी करना पड़ता है. 4 लाख.
ओके.
4 lakhs.
हाँ जी.
4 लाख में काम हो
Yeah.
जाएगा. ग्रेट. बाकी जो 4 लाख बचे, 3 लाख रुपए अगर परफॉर्मेंस मार्केटिंग पे डाल दोगे, रेवेन्यू कितना बूस्ट हो जाएगा? Absolutely. Start with that. See, you can grow by 2 ways. One, piggybacking on an investor, like I did, or second, showing balls and doing it yourself. So it depends on what you want. For example, I took my business to only 3 crores a month till I raised funding and I sold half of my company and made a lot of money. That was a different story. But today, if I have to do it again, I would still do the same. I would still take my business to 2.5 crores a month, profitably, raise funds, and still run the business profitably, make me happy, make my investors happy, and share my goal with 100 more people who are helping me run the organization. So it depends on what you want. If you want to keep growing your own way and just sustain yourself with 3, 4, 5 lakh rupees a month, while investing 3, 4 lakh rupees in performance marketing, growing your consumer base, great. नहीं तो आप अच्छे स्किल पे हो, you can go in the market, raise some funds, use that money, अपने आपको 4 लाख रुपए की सैलरी दो ना founder, and use that money and grow your company. It depends on what your appetite is. Thank you so much. Yes, please. And you raise funds, reach out to me. I think it's a great category.
Hi, panelists. So I'm Shikhar. I'm from Amitoj, India. So we are the pioneers in retail visibility. Like Abhilasha and you were saying that now the market has been much more cluttered. Like D2C are now coming through offline channels. So what important does point of display material, especially, play in these to increase the retail visibility and help your brand grow in that?
Very important, यार. I think जो दिखता है वो बिकता है और जिस पे दिखता है उसी की वजह से बिकता है. Right? So you guys, especially your founder, I keep forgetting his name.
Maniraj.
Hi, buddy. How are you? I keep seeing you on LinkedIn. The kind of content he makes is fantastic. I mean, hats off to you and the kind of videos you make for your products. Very, very self-explanatory and very innovative. So I think a lot of D2C brands who are now going retail, it's very important for them to have customized solutions which are affordable and which look very, very pleasant and appealing. And you guys are doing a fantastic job in that. So I think very important कि प्रोडक्ट जिस पे प्लेस्ड है वो ही बहुत ज़्यादा इनोवेटिव होना चाहिए, प्लस प्रैक्टिकल होना चाहिए फॉर एनी D2C company, because we have to save costs and we have to be able to be very, very flexible in picking up the display units from one store and keeping them to the other. So if you're able to do that, I mean, that's all. You're doing a great job already.
the choti team size होती है, that really doesn't matter as much. But let's say, for example, आपके business में कोई issue आ रहा है, some sort of fire you need to put out, maybe some, the top selling product, Amazon के warehouse में अचानक से खत्म हो गया. How do you keep track of stuff like that? What are you using to keep track of issues that affect your bottom line?
By hiring my chief of staff, a CHRO, and
मतलब basically talent.
so either you hire the people who complement, who are able to fulfill for your shortcomings. That's what I did. I was able to scale my business in a way where I had enough money to hire the right talent. Otherwise, you learn how to change yourself and evolve yourself.
You wouldn't want to invest in technology as opposed to talent.
No, I would love to, but I would love to invest in technology to empower my talent.
Got it.
Because without humans, nothing makes sense. You can have the best of technology, execute content. Amazon में बात कम करें.
That fact we should talk. So we're building a productivity tool for e-commerce businesses. I was just wondering if you guys are using anything. Abhilasha, if you use something.
Great pitch. If Abhilasha adapts your tool, we are investors in her company, we'll adapt it.
100%.
I think, we love to see it. But I think more importantly, I think it's the urgent versus important question, right? Like the firefighting. If there's one, I have tried a lot of things, right? And I'm actually eventually realized, and then come back to calendar. Now I know that what's on my calendar gets done, and I know for a fact that I always make sure I have my calendar blocked for important stuff. Important is not a like you can keep solving the fire 3, 6, 12 months out. You're in very short.
I think our time is up. So it's been a great interaction with you all. And thanks for being a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I told you revenue may have interested
Good afternoon, and we are a little late, but we'll try to make it as interesting panel as the previous one. We have a very interesting topic. Our topic is that basically business taking the direct to customer route. And uh, my purpose of moderating this panel would be to give each speaker, they all are people who have done this unthinkable task in the business atmosphere post-pandemic, and they will bring insights how they have reached out to customers directly, how they have negotiated this entire choppy thing, avoiding the retailer and the wholesaler in the process, and what kind of technology platform you use, and how pandemic was a catalyst or a motivator. I will also share a few stories in legal sector because we represent a lot of startups and direct to customer companies are mostly into the startup category at present, and they all have taken innovative solutions to regulatory regime also. And most of our learning has happened with the younger law students who have joined these companies as co-founder or as a partner, and that has really shaken the entire legal industry and regulatory industry also. So I'll share some of those ideas. I'll start the panel with Malika, and you are next to me. And Malika, you talk about your toxin-free products, which are something where huge movement is happening, and a lot of bigger companies are also there for you to be challenged. How this journey had been in the last 2, 3 years, and how you are reaching out to customers directly.
So, we started the company about 7 years back, and as soon as, and we were consistently growing. So, we were one of the largest growing, fastest growing D2C companies. And what happened was, it was growing very well, and then uh, the lockdown hit. And when the lockdown hit, all of us went down to thinking, saying that, how do we survive, right? Because it was not just the environment that was changing, but also all the enablers to D2C were also impacted, right? Like transformation got impacted. So the questions which were unanswered for a lot of people. But fortunately, as luck may have it, it was a space where India did not just see growth, but saw hyper growth at that point of time. Especially in the space of online, because everything moved to shopping online. And that was like a huge catalyst for us in kind of capturing onto the market. Because as consumers were moving online, and the bigger, larger FMCG companies who were also catering for a similar set of products were not absolutely ready for online at that point of time because their focus was always retail. I think it just gave us a chance to be super agile, to be super quick in kind of capturing the market. So I think it was a great space at that point of time. What online and D2C allows you to do, which is very different, is that, what you can do is you can pick up certain niches of products, right, which are very unique and have a very unique proposition to itself. And then make sure that proposition reaches out to a larger set of audience and you can build an audience for yourself. When we started in 2017, the toxin-free product, it was a term that nobody knew, right? India was just getting used to, and there was a first certain amount of doubt people had in larger brands, but people did not know what toxin-free were, right? And today, if you go back and see in time, 5 years from now, everybody is looking for toxin-free products. If it's not toxin-free, we don't buy it. Why could we do it? We could only do it because we had the medium online to have the communication. It was also the same time that India saw a huge growth in mobile penetration across the country. As mobile penetration increased, more and more people came online, we could tell our story. And we could tell our stories for cheap, which was really important because the traditional mediums of media are very expensive. TV is very expensive. Radio, your newspaper, advertising, everything was very expensive, right? And there we had access to Facebook, we had access to Instagram, we had access to Google, and we could create cohorts of smaller set of people whom we wanted to target and reach out to and tell them our story. And that got us the first set of adopters. And from then, of course, as I always say, product is always the king. So your focus on product has to be very high. And product was good, people adopted. And that's how the story of growth unfolded for us. So for me, if you plan to go D2C, having a very strong differentiated proposition of your product is superbly important. And a very strong focus on customer care. Because what we don't realize is, I remember I spoke this example very early on. We had some really big celebrities who would buy purchases from us. And I still remember a conversation I had with one of them where they checked and said, is it safe to put in my credit card details? right? So we're also a space where we are trying to battle beliefs saying that it's not safe to put money. We've come a long way for it, but that's where customer care comes very much, right? And those were the two things that really helped us to grow.
Yeah, thank you, Malika, for these initial observations. And Nitin, I'll come to you as the next. And today you are on the hot seat also because excise policy, drinking in Delhi today is a major issue. You know what would happen. And this is a very different kind of sector. And you started in 2019. At that time, it was just before the pandemic. Mixology, cocktails, ready to drink premium category. How do you reach out to customers directly? And what was the pandemic story about it?
We started as a
Little close.
D2C first. We started as an offline first brand because we wanted to be like a traditional FMCG companies. But then when we in 2019, we were just experimenting only in Gurgaon. And then when we started to, take our route up, and then pandemic happened. So we had to, taken a route to of D2C. Uh, so being into a market, so we were creating something niche, like a cocktail category. So in India, you already mentioned that it's a very different because every state behaves like a different country itself because of the excise policy of different for different states. So what we have chosen that let's taken the alcohol part out of our product and give that option to the consumer of their choice of alcohol to mix it with our drink. We are being as a non-alcoholic company, but we are playing in a field of cocktails like we are a mixing brand made for mixing brand. It is a completely non-alcoholic, so no excise policy.
So you
Nothing is,
can mix it with Ruafja or you can mix
no,
it
no,
with
no, not
Absolute.
Ruafza. You mix it with alcohol only, but it's your choice.
Right. But if non-alcoholic I want to do, I can do that.
No, if you want to choose it as a non-alcoholic, it's a mocktail only. It's a RTD.
Right.
So you can actually pour it with ice and have it as a mocktail. So it's a mocktail, and if you want to make it cocktail, you just add your choice of
Wow.
whiskey
Which
or
are your
vodka.
top three states where people are so fond of cocktails?
Bangalore is number one. Delhi NCR is number two. So all like where people like all the metro cities are like.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good initial observations, and we'll go into more interesting discussion on this. Priyanka, I'll ask you. You are IIM graduate, and you have come from healthcare sector to ensuring people sleep better. And everybody who travels to hotels across the world uh, really knows that pillows and mattresses play such a huge role now, even deciding the tariff of the hotel. How did you think about it, and how you're going about it? What did you do during the pandemic?
Absolutely. Thanks, Sudhir. So, firstly, we were literally a baby born just before COVID, right? We started in October 2019, and in like literally 5 months, COVID hit us, right? So I came, as you said, I've spent almost a decade with Procter and Gamble, and that's where I realized my love for consumer brands. And if you read the facts, how did the sleep company happen? Sleep globally is becoming a very difficult thing to get. Something so important is becoming so difficult. India is the second most sleep deprived country. Japan is the most sleep deprived country today. We're present in both, right? I think for us, the intent was when I became pregnant, I suddenly realized that I think most of the moms can correlate that the thing that you don't get is sleep. And that's when this sector struck me that, India as a country is far behind versus any country like US or Europe in terms of the quality of products that we have, right? And I think that's where we became obsessed. We started R&D, and I'll pick one line that Malika said. And I think that's what I learned in my 10 years of career with Procter & Gamble, that if you create a product that truly solves some consumer gap, right? I think that's the way to build long-term sustainable brands or businesses, right? And I think we started work, we did R&D for almost 2 years, and we developed something that we call smart grid. It's something that we have patent granted across multiple countries. Right. And I think what D2C gave us or digital gave us is you don't need to be Unilever or P&Gs to actually test a product and see if consumer likes you, right? Or if you can build a brand. Digital gave you the power to new companies, new age, founders to literally put something online, be it Amazon, be it your Shopify website, just put something online and see if consumers like the product. And I think that's what we did, right? We launched our product. We are digital first. We launched our product on Amazon. We launched our product on our website, and being close to the consumer is very, very, very important. Literally, I attended every single call that came in the first 6 months. Today also, I talk to consumers, right? And I think that's how we started the journey.
But more importantly, जैसे कि होता है मैट्रेसेस में, हम लोग को भी जब खरीदने भेजा जाता था,
Yes.
मदर्स भेजती थी अभी भी, तो जाके फील करके आओ
Touch and
कि उसमें
feel.
क्या है, जूट है या
Yeah.
कॉटन है या how you are dealing with the experience part of it.
Yeah. So
Because
no,
this is not something you can see and just decide.
absolutely right, Sudhir. And if you see, that's where the consumer behavior, one drastically changed and one still the same, right? 80% of the people, or more than 80% of the people, still shop offline because touch and feel is important, right? Second, this category I think of, is becoming people shop for mattresses the way they shop for their phones. They literally research for weeks.
Exactly.
They want to know what goes inside the mattress. They want to know how many layers, what's the material, what's the density, right? I mean, in our parents' generation, we didn't even know what brand we were sleeping on. It's changed completely. So what we did, and I think maybe one of the very few brands that started Omni very fast, 6 months back, because of the touch and feel, we were digital first. We started opening our own experience centers. But what we wanted to make sure we're still D2C. We didn't want to bring in the retailer or the distributor because we're obsessed with ensuring that the consumer experience is seamless. It doesn't matter you buy me from my website or from my store, next door. The experience needs to be the same. And I think that's the power of the D2C brands that they can deliver, right? So today, within 6 months of our Omni journey, we've got around 18 stores already live. And I think, long way to go, I think, but make sure that we can make not just India sleep better, but the world sleep
Yeah,
better.
just before you, just imagine in one house, I remember my own house, my father will have a very hard mattress. My mother will have the same because of no choice in that generation. In my generation, me and my wife have different preferences. So you have two mattresses.
So
which are
we've
single
got a
action.
couple mattress, if
Yeah.
your wife likes it hard and you like it soft,
Exactly.
you buy it.
It's such a difficult category. I'm so
But
amazed to
very,
hear.
very exciting. As
Very
I said,
exciting.
sleep is becoming a big problem globally,
Absolutely.
and which lead to a lot of disorders, right? So I think that's, our vision. We want
It's
to.
also pillows are part of it, or
Oh, absolutely. Anything which is about comfort, sleeping or sitting comfort,
yeah.
is what we've got.
Wonderful. Well said. Samyesh, today I saw a Twitter post by MBA Chaiwala that is now coming up with packed tea also. So, are you expecting coffee to follow?
I think we've been saying this for a long time, but it's going to be fun to have as many people as there can be. For us, I think the key differentiator is though we are a coffee company. It's these small innovations that we keep building on, which we try and monopolize from time to time. We haven't done justice to what we've built and monopolized on it totally. But I think the big differentiator for us is there's going to be something different every now and then, and we're positively able to monopolize on them in a big way.
So this nitrogen infused coffee, internationally, you have a separate glass for that, which is 0 calories or something in most of the Starbucks or other outlets you get. Even in India, it has started happening. So in your packaging, you say something about that. You want to talk about it?
Absolutely. So I think what you're talking about is a nitro coffee can. We currently are the only people in the country to have a nitro coffee can. But where you're mixing this up is between the blue bags and the cans. Our blue bags are also nitro flush. It's because
other than reaching out to new consumers, we also felt retention in this market was very important. It's a very sticky market. You generally don't change the coffee that you have very easily. So our product had to be the best when we went out there, and it was packed in zero oxygen. It was microplastic, so it was packed, and we saw the best people in the industry come and try and manufacture with us. In fact, they continue to manufacture with us. So I think a large part of it in our business is the retention.
So what do we drink more, coffee or tea?
We're still predominantly a tea drinking nation,
Yeah.
but if you see how the new generation is drinking their beverage of choice, I think coffee is catching on very quickly. We're doing at an 8.5 CAGR, so this is probably going to be a market of choice when you see this 10 years later.
Thank you. Rahul, we'll talk
Right.
about logistics. Logistics became a very critical factor during the pandemic. So what was your journey? When did you start? And what is the disruption factor in your company?
So the company actually started way long back in 2013, and it had its own course of journey where it was like a typical bootstrap company. It started small. It continued to be small, where the founders were pretty much invested in the company, but they were running it more like a side gig. Okay, it was pandemic that actually showed them what the business they are into, and that's when they really got very serious about it, and they really upped their game. And pandemic got us to see a growth like never before. That's exactly what everyone has been talking about. So what we do is help all the D2C guys make their product reach the end consumer wherever they want to reach. Uh, Unfortunately, as any market matures, there are dozen a dime courier companies, logistics aggregators. Everyone keeps getting added to the whole kitty, right? So very soon there is no differentiation, and obviously it becomes a price war because D2C consumer wants to just pamper the consumer, right? It's not about what we are missing right now is, and that's the point that I would want to bring to discussion is direct to consumer is a way of doing business, right? You eliminate the retailer, but actually, obviously, retailer had a role to play in terms of consumer experience. I feel logistics can actually make good for that by creating experience. So when Priyanka told about her journey, where in last 6 months how they opened 18 stores to give an omni-channel strategy, the fact of the matter is 0 to 18 is one journey. 18 to 180 is going to be tougher, and 180 to 1800 is going to be even tougher. I think that's where I think logistics partners can actually become the enablers of experience. That's where we are.
Wonderful. Alokji, I'll come to you. You are a veteran. You understand. First, what this your company's name is very innovative. 40 per beat. And so what's this all about? What's your journey like? You left a very cushy job and started this whole thing. You're a TED speaker. What's your entire journey? What's this company all about?
The answer to your first question is so any sales guy would tell you that the route that a sales guy follows to the day is called a beat, and 40 is the norm. Yeah, so he's supposed to do 40 outfits. We do 20 outfits, but it's an age of the name, so therefore 40 per beat. Did I leave cushy job? Yeah, I did. And sometimes you have to do what you have to do. So 40 per beat fundamentally takes brands offline. We have a plug and play sales team and a distribution network that young brands, I mean, there've been a lot of conversations about online playing a significant role. But the fact is that even today, 95% of the business is offline. Yeah, and that's where the meat is, and that's where I think we spoke about the journey of from 0 to let's say 50 to 100 and then beyond, right? So there's a point when you need to get into offline, and how do you do it? We can help because we can operationalize those costs, give you scale distribution. The vision at 40 per beat is that ultimately we want to give a network to our partners that covers 30% of FMCG. So, and offer them a sales team, which is pretty much the same quality that any large FMCG would have. same processes, same systems, similar quality, and really give them execution that they need. That's really what it is.
Wonderful. So we'll go to the next segment, and I think it will be the final. So when the pandemic happened, my own understanding, which I promised you earlier that we'll talk a little bit about it, being a medium-sized firm, uh, we were working with companies like Chick Factory, uh, Healthcare at Home. These all were like strong tech and direct to customer. Like Healthcare at Home was a direct to customer in a very different kind of setup. And the pandemic gave them a wing, which completely changed the way they were doing their business. But one thing which was a huge learning that unlike our large customers, large clients who had a team of say 1,000 people in infrastructure project or a power company or energy company, the kind of agileness which a tech-based direct-to-customer company had shown during the pandemic was phenomenal. Even working out on the contracts and everything, I think they were more prepared for a pandemic than these any kind of other offline companies which are like going through the process of retailer, seller, government, negotiations. And so now it is almost clear that we have not gone through a V curve or we have come through much stronger than any assumption of any country, any parameter, so far the financials of this country is concerned. Uh, how much role, Malika, the customer has played in India? We have talked about companies being resilient. We have talked about startups being resilient. What is the reason for this robust recovery which India has? And because that's what we are talking about, that direct to customer. So what is the typical, your own analysis of Indian customer that is price conscious, he understands the product, he wants to adapt like to your kind of product. What is the Indian customer? How different he is from a Pakistani customer, Sri Lankan customer, a London customer, or a typical European customer?
I think the genesis of the question lies in the fact that India is in a very high growth phase. We have one of the largest growing GDPs in the world, and a huge catalyst to that is digitalization. And what the Indian consumer has shown the agility to adapt digitalization. Right? Like I was just reading a report lately which said that how many villages in the country today have access to internet. When you have that access is where you can enable B2C companies, right? Because we sell online. And if the online penetration in the country is really low, there is no way any of us is going to reach at any amount of scale, right? Having said that, we are still a country which is coming to terms with its own payment terms, right? So adding details like subscription is not something that India is really caught up with. We're still trying really hard, but that's not really happened as much. If you see, as soon as the pandemic finished, there's this huge term and conversation happening on omni-channel as an approach. And that's largely come because the consumer has moved back to offline, right? Like the impact and the feel, and the touch and feel of the product that everybody talks about is still something that India relies on. And there's this huge element of trust. Like I'm not sure if this will get shipped to me. If this comes broken, then what do I do about it? Like who do I reach out to? Will the customer care be responsive enough or not? Which is why I mentioned even initially saying that it's very important for a D2C firm to gain customer trust. Because we don't have the ability to do the touch and feel offline. And I think the next wave of D2C brands need to solve for something which is figuring out how do you create retail experiences online. So if I had to give the same feel of touch and feel by not actually giving you the touch and feel of the product, how do you do? Which is where now tech is coming into play, right? For instance, in the product space, in the skincare space, you've got tool analyzers that you can come online, and it will replace your the business person associate who's selling the products to you offline. So you do your face analysis, it tell you what problems you have and what is the right recommendation for you, right? Which is again going back to the space of customization. How do you translate the offline experience online is where it is going to be. But to answer your question, the Indian consumer is ready because the access and the base that the government is setting up for you also with digitalization is really, really high. The focus is superbly high. So I think we don't even see growth in that space.
Nitinji, Bihar, Gujarat, these places also we sell?
Yes, we sell a lot.
when we started our D2C channel, what we found that 40% of our, so we have sold our product to 400 cities across India, while we are focusing offline on the cities. But what we found that all the 40% contribution was coming from the tier 2.
Around $700 billion, right? Expected to be around 2 trillion in the next 7-8 years, right? And so that's when, so if you see consumers, Indian consumers, like I think any other country, right? One are demanding. All consumers across the world, I like to believe, are demanding. They want products that are customized for them. And that's where I think, it gave a platform for D2C brand during COVID to serve that unmet need. Right. Third, I think, because we are a huge country and, with multiple states, cities, etc., people, the tier 2, the tier 3 people are really brand deprived, right? It's not that they can't afford it, right? It's not that they're price conscious, right? I think that's a myth. I think every product is about, are you worth paying money for? It's not about what is your absolute price point, right? And that's what fundamentally I think is true for every consumer. It doesn't matter it's Indian or non-Indian, right? That's where, we've seen very similar things today. More than 45% of our business actually comes from tier 2, tier 3 onwards. Right. Even though we're like, king size mattress at 25,000, one could tell me how can people afford that? No, it's not about that. Everybody wants to sleep better, right? They are sleep deprived. They want good products. They want good brands. And I think that's what we all need to realize. Don't think that your products are only centric for the top metros, right? You need to think what is the product you're offering and, who's your consumer, and the consumers are staying everywhere in the country. It doesn't matter it's Bangalore or it's it's a small village in Bihar, right? People want good brands and good products wherever they are.
Aspirational.
Absolutely aspirational, right? And for everyone, the aspiration could be the next level, right?
Correct.
So I think that's what we need to, as brands, we're consumer brands. We need to keep consumer in the middle of it, and we need to fulfill the demand. Doesn't matter where the consumer is.
Yeah.
Right?
Samesh? Yeah.
Carrying on from consumer demand in tier 2, tier 3 cities is increasing a lot more for every one of us, and I think the aspirational value of a product in tier 2, tier 3 cities is a driving factor for that. Even though we build for metros, sometimes your sales does come in.
Rahul?
I feel this whole concept where India is really going to get benefited because D2C brands are going to ensure that Bharat gets what it never saw in past. Yeah, that's where the mantra is. Because I think D2C brands, what they have done is they have really accelerated the whole process of adoption of new products like never before. So that's
So
going
I will ask you a very pointed thing. Like in Banaras, there are certain veg items from there. Certain vegetables are there which are so perishable that you can't survive them even if you bring them in train. And these are or like a particular variety of banana which is in Hajipur in Bihar, which is very small and very good for health. How is something happening in these products also? They are coming to bigger cities, to better states.
For sure. For sure. In fact, we have a client in Kisan Connect. What they promise is whatever that was plugged.
The roads are phenomenal. I'll give you one example. Something just 20 days back, and I was 480 kilometers on Bundel highway. I was very, it will take one day, one overnight stay, maybe I have to stay. I way took Lux Expressway up and finally Mundre. We arrived quite slow. It was the so 5 hours I reached. I heard that I start back after 2. I could sleep peaceful night in Noida where I stay. Unbelievable.
Absolutely.
3 kilometers used to dance.
But I promise you, this is after 3 years, you will be saying the slowest trip I.
Maybe.
It is going to be faster.
From the shock. It was a shock. That kind of high we are making. Yeah.
I think my personal experience. I was in Rishikesh some time back, and we had one of the guys who was attending the yoga session.
Yes.
That guy was Shetty. Okay, and everyone just bullied him that why don't you go for us in an ashram? Kidding. And the guy so sentimental about that I'm going to get, and he actually called his wife from Chennai. She was in Chennai. Actually, courier banger. I don't know what is so about those banger courier, and you get everything there. This is exactly what you are right.
This is unbelievable.
It's a real life.
Yeah.
Funny story to tell you. I was in a town called Noor Mahal, which is in the interior of Punjab. 40,000 doctors, about an hour and a half ahead from there. And I saw cat food imported in an open mat outlet. And this young couple in shorts and pedal pusher were going and shopping with a car. That's Noor Mahal, 40,000 Foxtrot. The fact is, there is I trick filled and those right. I mean, if you go an Agra page and bills with them, they're getting it somewhere. In a Nurmi cat food can sell. A lot of brands from around us are way more money. So there is a market out there, there is a consumer, and there is demand. The trick is how do you reach them? And as Malika alluded to, omni-channel, that's it.
Wonderful. So our times is up actually, but we will ask questions. Anybody has questions from the list? Yeah, please. Okay, one there and then the picture. Okay.
So, been talking about consumers living in a big who is buying to impress the population, you know, to boost and brands. Mostly brands are not products which are for expensive beauty expensive coffee. Not the product.
What is your question?
The question happens when we realize that the products we are buying are necessary. First of all, the question first should realize maybe that expensive beauty product is not something which I need, and if there, what will be the next step of these brands?
So this market is side, but you will like that.
But on the, I feel that at least D2C brand ensure that consumer what really want those products is instead of just getting mass production happening, being dumped to the consumer. For the first time, consumers choice. It's other way around, I feel. If anyone else has some other.
I'll add to that, right? Like the Indian consumer currently has a lot of input, right? Everybody is looking out for really high quality products. To answer your question, huge demand for those products. So the reason why most of the companies right now have seen those high growth phase, right? Like the India has seen a very steep growth and interest in the segment very recently. Startups are a very recent phenomenon. It's about 10 years old. And that started because of the fact that there was a need and a need for the Indian consumer who has a large amount of disposable income, exceptionally particular what they want, but does not accept. And creating act for them. You know, when we I particularly thought doctors in the country are going to be ones who get imported. This is logic, right? You're importing the local variant to one. In fact, it's just you're better. And what was most stressed was they were not also doctors. There was this huge segment of population which did not 6 months to make. They were all huge amounts also the reason why customized products which are with a very different time to get sold.
Thank
And
you.
we have a huge market.
Yeah. Sorry, we are out of time. So thank you for this amazing discussion. I'm really, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Picture, please. Or if there are any more questions that you wish to ask a panelist, like so you wanted to ask, you can of course take them outside on a personal basis. Thank you so much. And before we move ahead with the next panel, we have a small EV. Can you please have that? And I think after revenue scalability is what everybody wants. So our next panel discussion is on building a thriving D2C millennial brand. And please join me in welcoming our panelists for the same. Avnish Pandya, co-founder, Bombay Hemp Company. Sugatika Das, co-founder, Nat Habit. Vineet Khanna, co-founder, Super Tales. Arjun Vaidya, founder, Dr. Vaidya's Ventures lead, World Invest. Amit Bagga, co-founder, CEO and CMO, Daryaganj Restaurant. And this panel discussion will be moderated by Isham Sohail, editorial lead Disrupt. Waiting for दिया जाए तो short of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. D2C was a term for website only brand. D2C in today's age is a sector where it is about brand building, where brands are today about going forward and exploring newer ways to connect with the consumers directly. Today we are here to discuss about the newer strategies in order to allow the company profitable or sustainable, of course. But we will also talk about how this whole sector is growing and expanding and will continue to grow, and what factors would affect this growth positively. Before going deeper into the topic, I would request everybody to take notice and introduce your brands. Could we start from you?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. Afternoon. My name is. I'm one of the co-founders of the Bomb Company. Company is a leader in the industrial cannabis space, where we make products from what we essentially call products typically for chronic pain as well as skincare. So very neat for us. Considering we're seeing the product some move, but honest area. So look for the tracking all my courses and knowing more.
Just know cannabis is legal because at 0.000 some percent that will give you high, but not, so it's fair. Hi everyone, I'm one of the we trying to build habit in every. So when I products are free and very, and they are made the kitchen. So all products are made every day. The build natural ways, not personal care. We have a vision of food, wellness, services around wellness as well. Going to, it's customers support this.
I'm the co-founder of Daryaganj Hospitality. We own a brand called Daryaganj by the mentors of Butter Chicken and Dal Makhani. I play a dual role of CEO and CMO as well. We learned that after COVID, we have to optimize. So yeah, so I've been playing both these roles in the company. And so our, so this brand was started by me and my childhood friend Raghav, whose grandfather was the inventor of butter chicken dal makhani. He invented it in 1947. Story, cut it short, for 4 years back, me and Raghav decided, let's start a North Indian brand. Both had our own, objectives. He had the objective to get his family legacy back and, let the world know what the story behind these dishes is. And I really believe that somehow Indian food was getting lost and the authentic North Indian cuisine was totally being ignored. That segment was not being looked at by everyone. And I thought, I don't want to go and try a different thing. Let me just do this differently. And we took up that challenge to get North Indian cuisine back to, fashion. I would say. And I think that we have succeeded in that. We have a lot of young customers who come to a restaurant now. And so looking, and this has been a journey of 3.5 years where we have seen 3 lockdowns, a lot of shutdowns, but we have thrived. We are at now at least 3x of our pre-COVID revenues. So yeah, happy that all the love we have got. We have served almost 6 lakh people till now.
And can you tell everyone where your closest restaurant to the venue is?
Right here, walking ambience mall. Anyone wants to come, please.
So good to know. So good to know. Going forward in our discussion, I would request everybody to, lay emphasis on what were some of the interesting things you need to relook at in terms of your brand building, or let's say your business development, just because the trends have transformed in a newer way, especially after COVID. India's D2C market is almost approx $55 billion and which is growing crazily. What were some of the interesting things or some of the strategies you adopted in terms of your brand building? Tell us about that as well. And in 2023, how would brands relook at their strategies, and how would the whole D2C space would evolve? Arjun, if I could ask you to start, please.
I thought you'd ask someone else. I hadn't prepared my answer. But look, I'll talk to you about what's changed, right? So let me start by asking you a question. How many of you guys have heard of a brand called Boat? Huh? Raise your hands. Everyone, right? 6 years ago, this brand didn't exist. And 6 years ago or 7 years ago, there was the first cohort of new age consumer brands, not just D2C new age consumer brands coming to India. Today, we take all of these things for granted, right? And so that journey that I had from 2017, 18, 19, 20 was a very different journey from the journey people face today. In that journey, there were very few customers online and very few brands online. If I convinced you to buy online, you had to buy Ayurveda, you could only buy me, right? Then we had this thing called COVID, which came to us in March 2020. In COVID, you had a huge surge in the number of customers online in 2020. But then in 21, you had a huge surge in the number of brands online as well. And what's more, the amount of availability of digital advertising remained the same. So you had more customers, but in some cases, 3x, 5x, or 7x the number of brands. I can tell you in Ayurveda, post the Dr. Vedya's exit, more than 50 brands have reached out to me in the Ayurvedic products. Doesn't include personal care and cosmetics, just product space, saying we want to build something similar. So you have larger number of brands. You have limited supply of ads. And so the one thing that's really changed is that customer acquisition cost has increased significantly. And I'm sure the rest of the panelists would also agree. And so the narrative has changed from, hey, build an efficient, technical, performance marketing driven organization, which is what I did. I'm guilty of doing that. And had I been starting today and I did that, I would be very unsuccessful. Today, you actually have to build this thing called brand. And the problem with the thing called brand is it's intangible, right? And so my focus, or what I tell founders today, is that other than just your product and your performance marketing, this thing called brand has to exist. There has to be recall. And so you have to invest in organic acquisition channels, content, community, videos, engagement with your customers, retention. That will be the defining factor for brands to succeed in 2023.
I totally agree with you. So we only spend about 0.5% of our revenue for marketing, but we have a huge organic growth. There, based on few factors. First thing was that when we, developed the brand. See, the story is Daryaganj by the inventors of butter chicken and dal makhani. It takes a lot of people at surprise. Okay, really, they are the inventors of butter chicken dal makhani.
I saw a reel on Instagram. That's when I found out.
Exactly. That's what we got. 1 million views on that reel we posted, by the way. And we spent, I think, only 5,000 rupees on that. So, the idea was that when the people hear that story, either they believe it or don't believe it. They are inquisitive. They go and check out. Oh, really? Are they not? Some people say, okay, let's go and try the food. Is it good or not? So it just gets that first try. Today's time, the attention span is very low for anyone who's, any millennial who's there. So this attracts their attention immediately. So a lot of people end up making a mistake of talking, oh, we serve the best food, we serve the best this. No one is interested in knowing that. They want to hear something different. This attracts them for the first time. But then coming to the point of how to get that organic growth, when they come to our restaurant and try our product, That's when they are convinced, okay, I want to come back again. I can only get the customer to my restaurant for the first time, only showing, with a good story. Second time, they come back only when there's a good product. And they have story, they are examples of restaurants launched by the biggest, superstars of the world. There was a restaurant called Planet Hollywood, which was launched by Bruce Willis, Sylvester Stallone, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. It failed because they could only get people for the first time. They didn't focus on the product. And we feel the biggest marketer for you is your own customer. We have the highest level of, we follow our NPS, maintain a strong NPS, wherein, we have the maximum people going and promoting us. And if we have, and we've seen the data when we, in our feedback forms, maximum people are coming from word of mouth. And that's your real marketing, your word of mouth marketing, which is the most important.
I agree that recurring customers would be the critical point of attention and key focus area for most of the brands. Vineet would like to add something in terms of
Talking
that.
about
Now
recurring
that we know that Reels and Instagram is the attraction point, but what more could generate organic customers?
See, talking about recurring customers, I think pet categories is a beautiful example of, where you don't need to find as many customers, but if you can make the customers that you have found repeat on an everyday basis, because by design, we always keep saying a dog's got to eat, a dog's got to eat. Obviously, no matter how the environment is, what is going around in the external world, the category remains quite unaffected. But taking a cue from what Arjun said, I think building a brand starts with knowing your customer. This is going to be different going forward. We were letting performance marketing define what what is working for us. So we will run 3 experiments in the past and said, this communication, this proposition is working for us, and that becomes our brand proposition. And that was the the herd mentality that we started to get into when things were not as competitive. Now building a brand is even more important, because when you know your customer, you will isolate their needs from their wants and desires. And if you're solving their needs more than their wants and desires, customer acquisition cost, retention metrics, all those will become byproducts, because you're solving a much higher order problem. Just as an example, if we were just selling pet supplies, we will always be running after customer acquisition costs and why the customer will repeat with us. Because we solve a much higher order problem of a first-time pet parent in the form of their health-related problems with their pets, their behavior-related problems with their pets. That helps us build 4 walls around the consumer. And then, otherwise we are a platform. They can buy a Royal Canine or a pedigree from us or from Amazon. We are a high involvement, high emotional category. In such categories, vertical commerce with a differentiated differentiated offering will always be able to make higher impact than a horizontal commerce like Amazon.
So, Ritika, what would you want to say? How are you balancing your marketing expense in terms of the cost, and when there is a need to focus on profitability, sustainability of the brand as well?
Right. I think what Arjun was saying is that there are so many brands and there are so many good brands. Having a great product, having great content is like hygiene. Despite that, you'll find a number of brands doing well, and you have to compete in that limited space. You have to market yourself in that digital limited space. So what else can you do? So what we do, for example, is we know our product is great, so we go ahead and sample. Sampling is one way of acquisition for us. We sell out vouchers. We do cross collaborations with platforms. We do alliances. So we have to figure out multiple different ways to acquire customers in different innovative ways, because there are a number of good brands out there. The second piece that we did was we made sure that we engaged with the customer in a slightly different way right from the beginning. So even back in 2019, where there was nothing like conversational commerce, we decided we will talk to our customers via WhatsApp. We will take orders via WhatsApp, right? So today, anybody who converses with us on WhatsApp has a 10x higher repeat than a regular customer. So WhatsApp has actually served us very, very well. It helps us in distributing content. It helps us in serving the customers. It helps us in giving product values, product usage tips. A lot of those things that helps the customer retain, understands the product very well. Sometimes what happens is the customer buys without fully understanding why he or she is buying that product. Right? But if you handhold throughout the journey of usage, it's very likely that the customer is going to stay. And retention definitely is the way out for, controlling your marketing.
Yeah, I agree. Avnish, your take.
Yeah. So for us, the journey has truly been organic because being one of the categories that is not easy to promote on Instagram, Facebook, and the likes, we could never game the system, which is actually figuring out these efficient metrics and reducing the cost of customer acquisition. For us, it was the old school dhanda way of actually getting customers, which is being part of physical events, interacting with real people. Also, our product had is part of a taboo category. So how do you demystify a taboo? How do you enable your customer, first of all, to unlearn some of the not so good stuff they might know about your product or think or perceive about your product? So that's where for companies like us, it was very essential to get serious and sincere credibility. Where whether the credibility came from an investor point of view or whether the credibility came from a medical education and regulatory point of view, it was very, very essential. So as Arjun mentioned, and as we are seeing today, you have to be an internet dhanda. You have to think on the internet, but you still have to look by the metrics of how the old school world of business kind of looked at it. I don't think so. Market is purely going to reward growth. Growth is a byproduct of real customers and not just one-time users. So having people actually use your product and keep coming back to you, that is a sign of a business that's actually growing. And second of all, it's also organically acquiring that customer, which is, for example, in our case, we sell a product that helps with arthritis. So if an old auntie is talking about her arthritis product in a kitty party with 10 other aunties, there's a much higher probability of the 9 other aunties buying that product because it is coming to them from one of them. Also, I believe the age of influencers for a certain product category is dead. People are not buying stuff because some person that looks good is buying it. People have become much smarter. Like 5 years ago, we stopped seeing celebrities in clothing ads. We're going to stop seeing influencers selling these products also. We'll have genuine micro influencers who we kind of treat them to be some kind of intellectual superiors in that area is the ones we will listen to. The so-called credible influencer.
Most of the fashion or apparel brands would maybe disagree, but that's okay. That's fine. That's right. That's right. That's right. Speaking about going old school, most of the new age D2C brands are now adopting brick and mortar model, going offline as well. It's very critical for the new age brands to go offline as well. It's the world would not continue to be online only. It will be offline as well. Amit and I were discussing the same thing before the panel. Would you like to take this up, please? So D2C is not
Yes.
only D2C online, it's more becoming D2C retail as well.
So we are in a business which is more of a brick and mortar business, restaurant business. But when the first COVID lockdown happened, we had to pivot to delivery, and we started delivery on the online platforms like Zomato, and Swiggy, and that was something which was a big relief for us that time because we at least got some revenues. And so we reached a certain very good revenue that time in delivery, online delivery. And I'm telling you that even after the dine-in have opened up and the restaurants opened up, that did not go down. It was not, it was like a new category was created for us. It did not eat into our dine-in business. So that was one big thing for us that time. And I'll tell you one very, I mean, it was the first lockdown, I was like, let's innovate and create something different because if we have to do. So I, believe that in any restaurant experience is all about the 5 senses. When you decode it, it's about what every single thing, what you experience in the restaurant makes your whole experience. I mean, and out of these 3, 4 are subconsciously making for you making a decision subconsciously. So we created a very good 5 senses experience in the restaurant. And now I said, how do we create this for a delivery model as well? So we made the world's first 5 senses delivery box. It's an amazing box which comes to you and you open the box. Obviously, you can see the colors of the brand. You can feel the box. You can try the food. There was 2 more things. One was there was a certain music which we play in the restaurant for the theme music. There's a QR code. You take your phone, put it there. The same music playlist starts playing. And then there's a welcome note which comes with the fragrance of the restaurant, whiff of that fragrance. So I complete the five senses experience at home. So yes, so that I mean, that really helped us to be differentiated from everyone else. But that was we were on Shark Tank a few weeks back. We had shown that product there. It got edited, unfortunately, but yeah. So that was something which really made us stand out. So yes, so today 20% of our revenue comes from online medium, which is something we focus a lot on.
Five senses rule made your restaurants more Instagrammable, if I can say. What would you say? I mean, in terms of.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one more thing.
Please,
So I
please.
feel that that I think in any model like we hear brands talking about creating experience centers. Every online brand is creating experience centers, and way forward for any brand for delivery for a restaurant also is hybrid. No one is surviving being only a online brand. So it's very important to have a hybrid.
That's fair. That's fair. That's right.
I think this choice between the share of offline and online is dependent on the stage of evolution of the category as well, and some elements, some nuances of that category. Case in point, the pet category. It's not a touch and feel category. The customer and the consumer are different. The dog doesn't go and buy the product. There's a pet parent who's going to buy the product. It's a bulky category. Our average order weight is above 7 kgs. Put all these things into perspective. This will always be a more highly online penetrated category. The online penetration has risen from 5% to 25% in the last 5 years. And even if COVID had not happened, it would have been at 20%. In US, this category is more than 50% online penetrated. So I think depending upon the stage of the category, where is it more underserved? What problem is it solving? What is the need of the customer? Would define the channel strategy as well. We believe in our kind of a category, there is so much headroom in the online digital space itself. And maybe the offline channel will play a different role, and that might not be growth, but brand building in a different stage of life of our journey.
What I could understand is there's no one size fits all. You need to explore the market. You need to listen to your customers and understand what works well with you. So Agatika, if you could tell us what's your plan about the stores, EBOs.
Right. What you say, right? You have to hear your customer. Wherever the customer is, you have to be there, and that's the cheapest way of them making a business. For us, for example, consumables, offline is a huge sector, right? So we have to be there. And as if you look at what is happening with the online space, look at Amazon, look at Facebook, look at Google. It's difficult to sustain business and scale up business with the kind of expenses you're going to have on these platforms, right? So you will have to build out other channels, and offline is one of them. Offline serves both purposes, both sales as well as brand building. So what we are looking to do is we are trying to build exclusive brand outlets. We'll start off with Delhi NCR first. It will be a means to brand as well as sales for us. Fingers crossed, hoping that things will go right.
Good to know. All the best to you. Arjun, if you could tell us, in this new era, what would be the strategies, or let's say, what would be the plans that could be workable for most of the brands in order to scale, grow better, become bigger?
Yeah, I'm going to actually leave the online offline debate because we've spoken about it. And honestly, I was a big failure offline, so I'm not the right person to talk about. Dr. Vaidya's failed miserably offline and then went online. I'm going to talk about three things that I think are not talked about enough, that you can actually do very easily to improve your customer experience online. The first thing I'll talk about, and we have my good friend Ajay from Emiza here as well, is delivery. So if you remember 5 years ago when Amazon Prime came to India, we were so excited that we'd get delivery within 3 days in the metro, right? Now, today, Instamart, Blinkit, and Zepto is giving us delivery in 15 minutes. So same day delivery or next day delivery in metros is a norm and expectation for consumers. And the longer you take to deliver, the higher your chance for RTOs, right? So that's one. Number two, he was talking about experience of receiving the box. Now, in an offline store, that moment of walking into the store, experiencing the store, speaking to the customer service executive and making that purchase, that's your experience. In the online world, that experience is the unboxing experience, right? So if you have ever bought an iPhone or any Apple product, you'll see the bounce that you get when you open that box is scientific and has taken thousands of hours to produce. So for all of us e-commerce brands, that moment of truth for us is that unboxing. And so what can we do, like the 5 senses box, like a note from the founder, like a freebie with the product, like a discount code for your next purchase, like a messaging, if you Instagram this, we'll share you on our Instagram page. Right? The unboxing experience can be critical. And the third and most important thing is e-commerce as a business today is mature and very data driven. And so Kumar is here from Power Law. I had a great chat with him over the weekend as well on actually understanding deep data on category. And so if you actually do this research, you'll be able to get well ahead of your competitors to know what's selling and what's not. So these are 3 things that I think you can act on other than the sort of normal conversation that we're having that will really help.
To know. So be on time, make it a good experience for customers. Good to know. Would you wish to add something to this? What strategies in your understanding, in your observation, would continue to make good impact on your?
For us, I think the biggest category growth that we have seen has been the doctor channel, where we kind of educate the doctors who are further prescribing or educating the customer about the use of the product. So in certain cases, the customer is not making the decision by himself or herself. They're actually relying on third-party opinion and professional opinion. So depending on your channel, I think you have a channel expert that has more credibility speaking on that subject than you yourself do. I'm sure the guys in the pet industry would agree that if you have a pet expert or a veterinarian who's talking about that subject, is better than the founder professing his own product. So I think leveraging outside credibility has been very, very important for genuine growth in terms of acquiring customers for us.
I mean, being the young brands in the industry, in the D2C sector, how do you plan to contribute in India's GDP, or let's say towards India's larger goals? How would the whole D2C sector would look like, would shape up in 2023, or let's say beyond in coming years?
I'll just quickly take a dig at this one. To start with, I think objectively, every company is kind of trying to bring a new taste, a new version, or a new aspect of an existing market. In our case, we didn't want India to be a country that lost out on the yoga revolution, lost out on the haldi revolution, lost out on the neem revolution. Hopefully, we don't lose out on the cannabis revolution. So it was the objective was to be able to stay relevant. We have certain history, we have certain narrative. Why be threatened or why ill conceive it when the world is adopting it? So I think we better make sense of our own history than the world adopting it faster than us.
Good to know. Swagatika? I think, making a dent on GDP may or may not happen anytime soon, but definitely the path is being built. It's not going to be reigned or crowned by the external brands. It's not going to be foreign brands that take away the demand that's coming up in India. There's a huge splurge of demand from every corner of the country. And the D2C brands are here, not only just in the consumer space, but across services, across products, to meet this demand. So yes, it's not far away that we'll actually make a dent in the GDP. I'm sure. Amit?
So in India, there are only 2 forms of entertainment: going out to eat or watching a movie. That's the major entertainment which everyone gets. So yes, so we want to keep giving that experience to all our customers. They can go out with their family. It's all about us celebrating. People don't go out just to eat; they go out to celebrate or go out to de-stress themselves. That's what we're going to do. We're planning to open 100 restaurants in the next 5 years. Hope we can fill up that gap to give all the entertainment options.
So food plus content, huh? We need.
I'll not talk about our specific category, but talking about India in general, it's the best time to be doing a business in India. The number of digital users that we are adding, on a per second, per day, per whatever unit of time that we look at, is the largest in the world. What better situation to be in? We're adding more users than US and China put together. What else? It's the right playground for any D2C brand. With people, marrying later, having less children, they will spend on themselves. That's where we come in, wherein people don't fertility rate versus pet adoption inversely proportional.
How practical? Arjun?
Okay,
how
so
would D2C in
I
India would
see
shape up?
I see Times Up written there and someone who's trying to move us off. So I'll say that look, I'm fundamentally bullish on India. I have been, always will be. I wear this band with the Indian flag on my hand. I've been wearing it for the last 13 years. So I'll end this maybe conversation with one number and three phrases. India's a brand starved nation. And so 10 billion is the number we're gunning for in D2C over the next 5 to 7 years. And the three phrases I'll say is more brands, better products, and happier customers. That's what we're all aiming to do.
I would add three more to this. What I'm taking away from these insights are three P's. So purpose, product, and perseverance. So all three are fundamental for the brands. So of course, the purpose, being true to the purpose, what you are doing in the space. Product, of course, keep innovating, keep disrupting, keep innovating your products, coming up with newer products, and of course, perseverance, going back to your drawing boards, rethinking about your strategies, how to scale, how to grow. So three P's. Thank you so much. On this note, I would like to thank you everybody to be on this panel and for giving us so much great insights. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Resham as well. A picture, please. And now from food for thought, it's time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. It's 2 o'clock. 2:35 will start troubling you. Be back, and 2:40 we begin with the next fireside chat. Thank you. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
क्या मजबूरी है मेरी बताइए। मैं अभी आपको बताती हूँ कि मैंने
ओए होए होए होए, नमकीन के चटकारे लेते हुए टकटकी मार के डिबेट शो को पॉज रिपीट कर करके देख रहे हैं जोगिंदर जी। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपनी फेवरेट डिबेट्स को रिपीट कर और डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप अपने स्मार्ट टीवी पर। जैसे ही घड़ी का काटा दोपहर 2:30 पे आए, बबीता जी का दिल सास बहू साजिश के लिए मचल जाए। और ये है इनकी बहू, पूरे दिन ऑफिस की टेंशन हो जाए गॉन जब ये करें अपना फेवरेट शो फ्री टाइम पे ऑन। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपना फेवरेट शो अपने टाइम पर और डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप अपने स्मार्ट टीवी पर।
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising.
We'll start in the next 5 minutes, Karthik. 5? Yep, 5 minutes precisely. Hope everyone's had their lunch. We request you to please ask your colleagues to come back inside so that we can start the next 5 minutes. Not on time, but yeah. Thank you.
The monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
क्या मजबूरी है मेरी बताइए। मैं अभी आपको बताती हूँ कि मैंने
ओए होए होए होए, नमकीन के चटकारे लेते हुए टकटकी मार के डिबेट शो को पॉज रिपीट कर करके देख रहे हैं जोगिंदर जी। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपनी फेवरेट डिबेट्स को रिपीट कर और डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप अपने स्मार्ट टीवी पर। जैसे ही घड़ी का काटा दोपहर 2:30 पे आए, बबीता जी का दिल सास बहू साजिश के लिए मचल जाए। और ये है इनकी बहू, पूरे दिन ऑफिस की टेंशन हो जाए गॉन जब ये करें अपना फेवरेट शो फ्री टाइम पे ऑन। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपना फेवरेट शो अपने टाइम पर।
Welcome back, everybody. Had lunch? Had lunch? Nobody else, only 3 of them. Now mind. We'll check in a while. Okay, to begin with, a keynote session after lunch. And now that I'm assuming all of you had lunch, we request your energy with all your talia when we call on the next speaker and then the panelists as well. To begin with, it's a keynote session on effective marketing to build a successful D2C brand. Please join me in welcoming on stage Rishi Vasudev, co-founder, GOAT Brand Labs. Everybody, please.
Hi, everyone. There are 2 challenges we have here. One is this session is immediately after lunch. So I'm sure a lot of you are tending to fall asleep. So I have to make it interesting. The second is this was supposed to be a fireside chat, and now I've been asked to come and give a speech. So, so I think the solution to both of these problems is to keep this session very interactive rather than being one-way gyan on how to build brands and how to create. I'm sure you have more insights collectively than I would have on my own. So I'll start with a few notes or few thoughts that I have on this subject, and then would really love a very strong participation. So so it can be a fireside chat between you guys and me. So you can ask questions and let's see what comes out of the discussion. Right? So yeah, a little bit about GOAT. How many of you have heard of GOAT Brand Labs? Some of you haven't raised your hand. So I'll give a small brief on what GOAT is. We realize that D2C as a market is really emerging very fast. And there are a lot of brands which are emerging, primarily because now you have a direct connect to the consumer. When I was growing up in the industry, distribution was a key thing that if you're building a fashion brand and if you did not have the money to either get into your own stores or to get into the large department stores, there was no way you could build a brand because consumers would not get to see the brand. But times have changed. Now you can create a good product, directly reach to consumers through Instagram and have your own Shopify website where they can come and buy you or be listed on the marketplace. So D2C is coming up very fast, and we believe that the way business is moving online, and I've seen it up close during my time at Flipkart Myntra, that the adoption of online and the problems it solves for the consumer are immense, and therefore we are still at a nascent stage in terms of penetration of most categories. And therefore, by 2030, the market will be multiple times what it is here, right? So now to service that amount of demand, what is needed is you need great brands. So you have on the one side, traditional brands, which have a struggle to change their whole way they approach this new channel because they have their offline partnerships, their current way of working to manage, and therefore they are not as fast or as agile as the D2C founders. And obviously, every time there's a niche and the niche player comes in, they do things differently and therefore make it difficult for the large established players, right? So, for example, if you look at, and I'll give a lot of examples from fashion industry, please pardon me for that because I have been in that for a very long time. For example, product creation, right? Most brands have a year-long cycle and they pride themselves on the fact that, 1 year before the research starts, and then they have this show where they show the whole collection to their trade partners, get their feedback, and then finally get into production. So from mind to market is about a year. Maybe sometimes they crunch it, it comes down to 9 months. Whereas things are changing so fast now that D2C brands are able to really assess what's working, what's happening, what are influencers talking about, what are celebrities wearing, and therefore create what the consumer wants at a much faster cycle. And if a consumer is dependent on fashion or the consumer wants to wear new fashion, they would definitely choose brands which give them something new. There are consumers who want to buy big brands, big logos. They would really depend on large brands, even though they're late. So there are different kinds of customers. So therefore, there is a lot of change in the way the whole cycle works, and that is where a lot of new brands are innovating, right? Similarly, communication. Most brands, therefore, if they've done a nice line, they're very proud of the collection they've made, and therefore now they have to talk big about it. They would get a large A-lister celebrity who then there would be hoardings, campaigns, etc., which for the new age customer is not as authentic as a lot of people talking about the new collection. And therefore there comes the role of this new age, communication channel, which is people that you look up to in terms of their styling, their dressing, their fashion sense. It could be big celebrities. It could be a lot of people you follow who are not big celebrities yet, but you really trust what they talk about. And these are guys, when they start talking about your brand, it is much more authentic. You feel that it's not that they're doing it because they have been paid a huge amount of money, but they're doing it because they like it and they can carry that style which they are promoting, right? And therefore the connection with the consumer is much better. So two examples of how the whole way in which products are created, and second is how they are taken to the consumer, is totally changing a large part of the industry. And there comes the role of D2C, where similarly, if you take an FMCG example, I'm told that large multinational companies have product development cycles which run into years, right? They would do these famous consumer researches, and then they would do research on every aspect, including how the font should look like, what the packaging should be, and then they would launch a product, because you don't want to fail, you want to be sure. Whereas new age D2C brands are launching multiple products in a week, and therefore really looking at consumer data to decide which ones to retain and which ones to let go. So a lot of creation is now happening with a lot of consumer feedback and real-time consumer feedback, which is where the new age working is very different from the traditional working. And therefore the teams or the businesses which don't have the overhang of large cycles of change and are much more agile will have an advantage. And as this market is growing well and consumers are loving it, you will see that there is more and more acceptance for the things that you're doing, and therefore D2C comes into play. Now, connecting this whole thing into effective marketing is therefore, I would think that the first thing is that the brand should be authentic. They should really believe in what they're talking about, because you can't get away by hiding behind one large campaign. You are now going to talk to customers almost daily, every minute, right? Every post you put on Instagram, everything you do on the packaging, everything is out there, and you cannot try to be someone you are not, because when you're talking once in a while, it's fine. Consumer says, okay, inka is season ka campaign aaya hai, I believe them, and they are satisfied with it. But if you are a D2C brand and you are constantly on your channels and you are constantly launching new products, you have to really stand for what you are. So for example, if you have identified an opportunity of being a sustainable brand, now therefore you have to really ensure that you really believe in it and you are authentic, and you have to continuously live up to what you are promising. Otherwise consumers will figure out that it's a marketing deploy and they won't buy it. So in the past, you could do a big campaign, you could talk about green one season, and you could talk about something else next season and get away, but not any longer. Second is that you need to really use the whole ecosystem where there is a whole new way of reaching out to consumers and talking to them, and therefore be effectively engaging with the whole ecosystem of influencers or people who people trust on various things. Now it's not a solved science. Everyone's learning, but then you have multiple examples of brands which have done really well by partnering with this ecosystem. You also have multiple examples of influencers globally who have been able to convince consumer to buy products that they talk about rather than people directly first identifying the brand. Right? That's the second one. And third, in this list of things that D2C brand need to do differently is have an eye on consumer data. When you sell on marketplaces, you get some insights on what is selling, at what price, at what rate. When you sell in offline, you get that same data maybe every month, right? Because you can't have access to, across channels, you can't have access to live data. But when you're selling from your own website, you get that data every minute, right? So I think the more and more you're able to organize data to be able to tell you what's working and what you should do more, which means that changing the whole way you function, right? If you are going to be agile to do more of what is working and do less of what is not working, then you need to have that kind of a supply chain. You could have that kind of agility in being able to increase, decrease quantities where things are working, stroke not working. And therefore, this then becomes a very fast feedback mechanism where consumers start to see more of things that they love and see less of things that they did not like. And therefore, consumer sees that this brand really understands me. I think, therefore, supply chain management is also an effective part of communicating because product launches is a part of marketing your brand or your proposition to the consumers. So I would think of these 3-4 things as important. And as I promised, I've already spent 10 minutes on one-sided talk, but I'll leave it at this and I'll open the house for questions and anything that you want to discuss regarding the things I talked about or anything that I didn't talk about. Happy to touch on that subject. Yeah. So please feel free to ask for a mic and ask the question that you may have.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vaidik, and I just heard your speech. It was very insightful. And I wanted to ask, like, one thing in this, one thing that has been making round in discussion is quick commerce. So you focusing mainly on, apparel brands. So how there has to be a limit to it. Like, let's say it is at the moment when you do it in retail stores, you just touch it and you buy it. But what is the level of patience that customers are expecting from D2C brands? So we have got from 10 minutes to same day delivery to next day delivery to then the last one it takes 4 to 5 days, let's say pan India. So like in terms of in apparel, what do you see the timeline?
I'll talk about delivery both for apparel and non-apparel. I think service and speed are two parts of an axis, right? So one of the things people want is selection, and people want speed. Now you can't give infinite selection at speed to the consumers, right? So therefore there is always a trade-off. So even if you look at quick commerce, you only get the head products, right? If you wanted something which is not a fast selling item, unlikely that the quick commerce guys would, because it won't make sense for them from unit economics point of view to keep it in so many dark warehouses. So therefore things that are predictive, which you need often, like for example, Maggie, you know that your kids need Maggie every time they're hungry, and therefore things, data will know that, and therefore those things will be put there. So coming to fashion, there are product categories where you can predict demand. Undergarments is something that you know that people might need very often. Men's t-shirt is something that you may say, okay, somebody wants a Benetton green t-shirt, so you can have that. But if the starting point is that I need a new dress, and if you start predicting that and putting it in the closest warehouse, you are limiting the option that consumer has. And therefore, the driving force is the selection and not the speed. One of the data points that we used to see in my Flipkart days is that when does the NPS drop? At that time, it used to be that if you deliver within 3 to 4 days, the NPS is similar, but if you go to 5 days, then there is a drop, which means that people are okay to wait 3 to 4 days. However, consumers are always evolving, right? When quick commerce was not there, they were okay with deliveries in 3-4 hours. So therefore, consumer will keep changing. You have to just keep an eye on how the market is moving. But every category will not behave similarly. There will be different levels of expectations. It's like if you go to a fine dine restaurant and you order for food and he gets you in 5 minutes, you will say, "Kisi aur ke liye banaya hua tha, itni jaldi kyun laaya," right? But your expectation, because there you are looking at somebody spending time to build that. So you have to really look at which category, whether it's a head product or a tail product, and then what is the general norm in the market and what can be stretched without affecting the consumer's experience in that category, and therefore design the delivery strategy. So in some of our brands in fashion, we take the head products to multiple warehouse and try to deliver within same day. But if we try to take the long tail fashion items and start to put in multiple warehouses, it will be suboptimal, and you might solve for some customers, but over time it's not feasible to spread because there's no data on how that product did in the past. This side.
Thanks, Rishi. Very nice discussion and your insights of your long journey in fashion lifestyle. You took a bet on early bet on lifestyle D2C brands, and we can see it become its path to success to become the fastest unicorn, becoming a brand aggregator. What do you think beyond lifestyle brands, the ecosystem available for them, or the potential available for them, or GOAT is taking a bet on non-lifestyle brands like home, electronics? Mostly I see you've taken pitch on them. Adding to that, I see this long or very strong growth of fashion lifestyle for D2C brands in India. You see cross-border is one of the biggest opportunity for them, because I had a cross-border enabling company. A lot of brands I've been bringing to India, but now seeing the reverse trend, people are from global markets are asking for and very well widely accepting Indian, brands in their countries.
Yeah, so two parts to your question. See, sorry, I started by asking, about GOAT. I didn't talk about it. So in GOAT, what we do is we realize that a lot of D2C brands are coming up, but beyond a point for them to scale, they need multiple things. And sometimes those are things not available to them easily, which means a founder ends up, and many of you would kind of align with this, ends up managing his warehouse, his fundraise, some bank limit, finding experts who would help him on digital marketing if the CACs are going through the roof, talking to people from the industry who know this stuff. So there are many elements, similarly cross-border, going into offline, quick commerce. These are many areas where a D2C brand does not have access to information. They can get some advice here or there, but then they constantly need support in that. So at GOAT, what we do is we thought there is a good opportunity to partner with founders, get these brands together, and build capabilities which these brands can use. So that's our story. And if you are building capabilities, there are two kinds of capabilities. One, capabilities which work across segments. So capabilities in warehousing, logistics, finance, etc., can work in any category. But if you really want to create next level of expertise, then you have to really specialize in a few categories. And given my background and the background of some of the people in our team, we believe that fashion and lifestyle is a very, very large category, almost slated to be more than $100 billion. So therefore, with such a large market opportunity available in the next 7 to 10 years, the more we focus on a few segments and build capabilities, it is much better than just being, because capabilities like warehousing, logistics, etc. There are many people who would offer that, who are into that business. But for running a brand end to end, you need capabilities on design, you need capabilities on brand marketing, on influencer management, cross border for that category. So therefore, that's what GOAT is building. We are in our early days. We have acquired about 20 brands and they're doing quite well. Coming to the cross border question, again, you have to ask the question, what problem are you solving? So if you're launching a Western wear brand, which is not so well known in the US market, you have to think of two things: that whether the Indians will buy it or the general population will buy it, and therefore see that the general population has access to many brands in that market. They may not know your brand, and size of a typical American woman may be very different from the size of a typical Indian woman. And therefore, if you're launching, for example, an ethnic brand and taking it to the US, then you are very clear that, you know, the Indian population there is looking to buy ethnic wear and they would like more supply from the place where, you know, this whole Indian wear comes from, which is here. And therefore there's a market. So you have to really look at cross-border from that lens, that what is the right that I have to win in that market. And then enablers are there. There are enablers today where will help you take the goods there. You can ship from India. You can park your goods in those markets. But yes, we have launched a few of our brands globally, and we have had very good response. One of our portfolio brands, Chumbak, is another brand which has a lot of love from both people in India as well as Indians abroad, and that is something that we're planning to take in a big way to those markets, and not only sell to the Indians there, but anybody who loves things from India would be our audience when we take that brand abroad, because it has that match. But I can't say the same for every brand in the portfolio. So it depends on what the proposition is. Yeah.
Hi, thanks for the talk. It's been very enlightening. Typically, you run more or less a house of brands, is that right?
Yeah.
So from a pure UI UX point of view, in terms of this wide range of brands, largely from within the same category, in this case, lifestyle and fashion, how do you really draw the cuts where there's distinctiveness for each one to come in, and yet there is commonalities, which is where the efficiencies come in? So how do you think that plays out, and where do you think are the learnings there?
So when we started with a blank slate, right? We said that let's not have our biases come in. So we built out scorecards for each category, saying what's the propensity of a category to grow, what is the propensity to accept new brands, just like any D2C founder would do, right? That if I launch a brand in X versus Y, where's the acceptability? Like just between men and women, right? The propensity for women to accept new brands in fashion is far higher, and the market is much more fragmented than typical menswear, where the larger brands tend to do better, because a lot of men start with the first search that, or when they go to the filter, the first thing they put is brand, price, whereas women will put new, etc. Right? So there's a lot of data to tell that how are people going after. So once you start building a few brands in the portfolio, then you stop spraying and praying. Then you say that I have 2 brands in, say, ethnic wear. Can I build a portfolio, because I am getting some traction on this? And the moment you have 5, you now know that I can build a sourcing supply chain. I can bring in capabilities which are more specific to this category, and therefore start to build them. And it's not something very unique to GOAT, but globally you would have seen that there are house of brand concepts in luxury, for example, LVMH, and therefore you would see the brands are distinctive, but then a lot of things are common. They go to the same department stores, they go to same factories. Similarly, if you take a Unilever, then they have divisions where you have multiple soap businesses, etc. So as you build a few brands, you start to build deeper capabilities and deeper portfolios. And therefore you give up things where you do not have a start and focus more on what you have started on. So those are the choices you make every time you look at a new brand. Hi.
So please give Rishi a big round of applause. He's building a big company. Of course, he's done it only for one reason. You know why he's done so well in life? Any guesses? You know why he's done well in life? Why he'll do well in life? You know the answer, right? No guesses? We went to the same best business school in India called MDI. It was not a serious one, but I got in when the quality control was bad. He's subsequent batches, he's 2 batches younger to me. So Rishi, one thing I've been thinking about D2C, I know your journey. I was watching it on the BW marketing while I was not in the room. I was doing something else upstairs. Eventually, all D2C brands are going into physical retail. I met a person today who helped D2C brands go offline. Now, eventually, it is good because customers want to touch and feel, but the operational efficiency, the margins that come from D2C, because it's direct to consumer, they will get eroded. What is your point of view on that?
I started the talk by talking about the DNA of the company, right? If your DNA of the company is to be direct to consumer, have the data of the consumer, and therefore designed for that, you should watch out that any channel you expand to should not take away that DNA, right? So for example, offline has two components. You can get into trade, or department stores or modern trade or general trade, or you could open your own stores. The challenge with the department store is that you would be a small part, very small part of their business, and therefore a lot will depend on what they want. And then you start changing your product to align with that, whether it's your pricing strategy or your promotion strategy, which should not hurt your main business, which was direct to consumer. If you're going through your own store, then you have all the things as you do in your own website, which is direct access to data, direct access to consumer. However, store means that you are investing upfront into a store inventory 5 years. Inventory is in both cases, unless there is an outright buy. But you are actually taking a store for 5 years. Now you are putting capex into the store, and that means the agility that you had as a D2C brand, where if the market is down, you kind of reduce your CAC spends, and therefore you're still fine. Here, then you need to be able to maintain or support that cost. So only expand to the extent where you know that this fixed cost is with me for the next 5 years. And if I have a very, very bad season or a bad few months, I still have to fund it, right? So therefore, typically for our brand, we have thought is a 30% is a good number, where offline could be a mix of own stores, etc. But then primarily 70% has to be online. And therefore it will keep our agility alive in terms of being lower overheads, faster change in the product mix, etc. And therefore still be a D2C brand. But like I said, it's a new upcoming area. Nobody has perfect answers. Everyone's working on thumb rules. That's my
very honest answer. My last question, the second and last question is, you bought Chumbak. When you bought, I called you and I said my daughter, 19, loves it. And I would, when they were smaller, my kids, I would go with them to the Chumbak store in GK1, buy stuff. What will you do in Chumbak? I don't want the whole strategy, nor will you give it. But what will you do in Chumbak to make it successful? And can there be a playbook to turning around such businesses which were primarily physical retail, went online, did well, but not as well they should have, and now have been taken on by a house of brands approach that you have? How will you turn around Chumbak?
So 2-3 main things. I think Chumbak, a couple of years back, had gone very aggressive offline strategy during the COVID shutdown and the pain that offline went through. They cut that down. So currently they are half and half online, offline. Few things that we want to do differently is grow their online business. Their website sales has a lot of potential, and having run direct to consumer or Shopify businesses for some of the other brands in our portfolio, which are much lesser known, we know that Chumbak can be much bigger in that. It's just a different DNA than a typical offline company. So that's where we'll grow. Second is, I talked about going global. I think Chumbak has a huge opportunity going to other markets. And third is change. So consumer love is there. Like his daughter loves it. I'm sure his wife loves it. And we have seen that both mature and young customers love that brand. What we need to do a little tweak is bring in some serious shopping categories. Today, it's more about buying a lot of little products, but get into one or two very big categories where there can be high bill value, or people really go to the store as a destination rather than just landing up in a chumbak store and picking up a few items which doesn't add too much or doesn't add a huge quantity to the bill value.
Thank
These
you,
are
Rishi.
three things which
Again, thank you for being so specific. Questions for Rishi. Rishi is here. He's a very successful entrepreneur in a large FMCG company in the garment domain. Then he was at Flipkart, heading the fashion business, which was the largest business. And over the last 3 years, Rishi's turned an entrepreneur, raised a lot of money, acquired a lot of brands. Growth is growing very fast. So you may want to ask Rishi some questions. Any questions for Rishi? No questions. The lunch effect for Rishi was so good that he got it right. Please give Rishi Vasudev a big round of applause. Rishi, if we did the D2C conference 1 year from now, what are the changes that will happen? What are the changes you see happening over the next 12 months in the D2C space? Bullet point.
Okay, I think you would have read globally that a lot of the large marketplaces. I just saw that. I saw a number today where globally they said Shein grew 50%, Shopify sales grew 12%, Amazon grew 0%. So I think next 1 year growth will be one challenge. I think there is some bit of rebaselining that's happening post the boom that happened in COVID. We saw some of it this year, but next year you're going to see that a lot of it is going to happen. So growth is going to be a challenge. A lot of people will be lured to get into different channels to somehow get growth, but be very clear. So keep your costs low so that you can manage that environment. So I think how to get growth, efficient growth, and therefore what's happening is since everyone's spending on marketing, digital marketing, the cost per session is going up. So which means that cost of getting the same customers is now much higher. And therefore, being efficient both on front end and back end is something that we should talk about, that how to effectively use these.
And then House of Brands helps you in some way at the back end also. So you have separate plans and separate journeys for each brand, but broadly.
So back end efficiency is something that over years and with scale you can get better, and we can say clearly that we would be better than any individual brand. But front end is something where things are changing very fast. If you can crack the code on these channels, then these channels will have a problem, right? So there things are changing, but you should be having good advice close to you so that you know, yaar, CAC bahut upar ja raha hai, what should I do? Or should I have X percentage on platform versus my own site versus offline? So that's where if you have an ecosystem where a lot of advice is available through such conferences, then you know that what are the directions to take for my brand as I build it. And third is brand marketing is always something that you should love and talk about, because strong brands don't have problem. Brands which depend on a lot of pricing, discounts, etc. to grow will always be challenged, and that you will always see the tussle between a brand and a retailer. Retailer wants you to bring down prices, a brand wants to take up prices, but somewhere you need to maintain a certain nature of the brand so that people can give you a premium for what you do. If you fall for the pricing, over time you will become commoditized, right? So that you need to talk about.
Thank you, Rishi. And anybody else you admire in the D2 space, which is not your competition, even if it's and why? That's the last question, and I'm wrapping it up.
I would not take an individual's name, but D2C founders is something that over the last 1 year of our journey, we have realized that D2C, see, when we started, we thought we'll take some of these brands. If founders are not continuing, we'll get somebody from corporate to run it. But we realized that the way D2C brand owners and founders operate is another level. I admire all of them because they're on top of hundreds of things, a lot of challenges every night, sleepless nights, whether my brand will see the next morning, but they still continue to push.
Using lots of entrepreneurial energy. Right now, it's at a stage where you need entrepreneurial energy to fuel D2C brands.
Yes.
That's what you'll say.
Yes, because
Give-
corporate guys are not tuned in that way.
And in frugal resources.
And frugal resources.
Biggest is the,
So I
you know,
admire all of them because that's very difficult.
thank you, Rishi, for being authentic and being very honest and giving something to take away. Give him a bigger round of applause, please. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Rishi and Dr. Batra. Picture, please. And now for our last panel discussion for the day. It's on the money matter, talking on the monetization part of the D2C business. And please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Siddharth Dungarwal, founder, Snitch; Bharat Sethi, founder, Rage Coffee; Pankaj Garg, co-founder and CEO, Daily Objects; Jigar Shah, co-founder, 82 Degree; Maniraj Singh Janeja, director, Amitoj India; Vinayak Agarwal, founder and CEO, Bytespeed. And this discussion will be moderated by Rohel Amin, senior editor, BW Businessworld. Also by 410 or 420, we'll have the India's top D2C brands awards ceremony 2023. We'll also request you to please stay back for that. That's a part of today's event, followed by the discussion. That's it. We missed out for the moderator. The main man he missed out for.
Thank you so much, Aditya, and thanks. It's heartening to see this panel. Of course, the content is great and the number of people also. So we know we're talking straight, we're cutting right to the point, which is making money, how D2C brands stay profitable. Largely, that is the moot point of this conversation right now. And all of you have, of course, your success journeys. And if you look at the last 2 years, we have seen how the D2C revolution has come up, even bigger brands. It has such a pull that even bigger brands that have been around for 50 to 60 years, they are taking cue and changing their business patterns. So a very important aspect, that how do you stay profitable in a D2C business? It's a common question, but there are, of course, individual stories, your own context to bring to the table, and the audience can benefit from it. Let me start with you, Vikas. If we talk about a D2C brand that is scalable, that stays profitable over a period of time, not just momentary, is there a playbook? Is there a playbook that you can look at? I want to start with you, Vikas. Okay, so sorry. Okay.
Hello. So my company is profitable last 3 to 4 years. So we are profitable first of all in this space. I can give an example of my own journey. A couple of years back, I was in a bad situation where I've run up money, high liability, minus 40% EBITDA, on a verge of shutdown. I come from business family, from our family. I was never convinced like how the business is done on the losses and all. Then we tried, okay, go back to the business, basics of the business, which apply to any kind of a business. And how turn out the company from within 2 years minus 40 to 10%, 40 to 30. How I done? So it's very clear, like what should be the unit economics. So we decided to give it to the team, like how to build from second, how to do the cash flow. Then I saw CODs and all, and then how I need money every second day. Third factor is very, very important when we're doing. You have to build a brand. What happens sometimes when the pressure you start taking the wrong decision. I figure out, like, if you have a brand, any ups and downs come. Other money, you don't worry, you're going to provide, you're going to have much impact. And that's how we, even with with these changes, it's very clear we have to create a differential product. So we move everything in house. We were doing outsource manufacturing and all, everything, content creation, the team, the product designing, and it's very clear given to my marketing team. This is going to be CM2. How much you going to spend? We need this kind of economic. And thus it's got into the blood, and now still like we're growing 100% last 2 years, and we raised very minimum point. And that's how we follow it. So that's
Jigar, your thoughts? Bring the mic closer.
So, echo what Pankaj said. I think profitability and focus on business first principles is literally the way to think about monetization or making D2C profitable, right? I think that laser sharp focus on unit economics, gross margins, your margin profile. Um, yes, you may want to discount a little bit early on in terms of sort of getting that awareness going, or this people wanting to sort of allowing people to try your products, but that should be done in a very disciplined kind of a way. And I think there's no secret to it. I think the focus on business first principles is really the way to go, and that's something that we have been very careful about from the word go. We have consciously designed the business where the solutions that you have to offer to consumers have to have at least unit economics, right? Otherwise, somewhere the business by design is a little bit flawed, and then you're always playing a catch-up game, always sort of climbing up the slippery slope, so to say. Yeah, I would sort of focus on business first principle is the way to go.
Stick to the principles, the basics. Mani Raj, what is the rule book for you? What has been your journey like?
Check. So, allow me to introduce myself. Everybody might not know me. So, I run Amitoj India. We're one of the leading point of sale display design and manufacturing firm in the country, working with 600 brands. And our USP is our innovation. Okay? And that's actually the defining characteristic of our brand. And D2C is close to heart because around 10 years ago, I started an online brand called Made in Health, and we were selling health supplements, and that got acquired by HealthCart. That's like way back. And actually, I'm so happy to see that this community is growing, and I'm able to serve this community right now. Coming to the profitability and the business part of it. See, we're a B2B company. We service brands directly. So we have the luxury of knowing who we are selling, which is actually, if you see, the biggest defining aspect of a D2C, right? B2C brands have been there for the longest time. But unfortunately, to scale, they had to adopt a model where they might not know their consumer because they had to go through these channels like distributors or retailers. So they did not have this luxury. What technology has done, and that's why this term D2C has come in just now, right? What technology has done is that it's given you an opportunity to have something which is online, and so that you know what your customer is doing. Okay? This is the first piece. Now, for any brand to be profitable, we need three things. We need a good product, okay, according to whatever purpose you have, whatever problem you're solving. You need a good product that resonates with the audience. You need the right messaging, and you need the right price point. I think if these three things are set, then whether you're offline, whether you're online, doesn't matter what the channel is, things are going to flow. And once things start flowing and you bring in efficiency, profit is inevitable. If you're giving a good product, giving it at a good price, you're selling it correctly, why will your business not be profitable? So basically, what this D2C model has done is that given this luxury to maybe brands that could not do it earlier, or brands that have started just now, to understand exactly what the customer is looking for. Okay, and playing with these three levers, right? What product to make, how to market it, what price point to sell it. A brand can understand where do I set these levers, and I think any good entrepreneur, profitability is going to follow. That's what I feel.
Of course, but I'm sure it's not easy to find those things. It takes a lot of trial and understanding. Of course, it's a journey itself. I'll come to those questions. Let me go to you, Siddharth. What has been your journey of profitability, journey to become a profitable company?
Yeah, for me, I think I've come from a background where basic principle of making business was to make money. So I don't know why this this is even being spoken about. I think every brand will eventually get profitable, and businesses obviously mean creating money, right? No one would start a business to burn money. But I think there are a lot of factors that you'll have to look at when you start any business. One is who is your target audience like, and what do they need? And if you can solve that problem, obviously your scale and profitability chances are higher. Your average order value needs to be really good, where you have that buffer for marketing. For example, a 500 rupees t-shirt selling brand cannot sustain online because his CAC would be about 700. So I think your average order value, the kind of repeats that you have, and the kind of customer loyalty that you can bring in. These are the three, major things that has worked for us. And we've been growing at least 10 to 15% month on month profitably. So I'm sure that if we can do it, a lot of brands, every brand should be able to do that.
Bharat, when you started out, of course, coffee is still the not the number one drink, for Indian consumer. Of course, it's growing. Of course, when you started out, there were already so many brands, and attempting to disrupt the same category and then build a success story out of it. What took you from that point to where you are now?
I think to a lot of your points, I feel profitability is the holy grail, right? Everybody wants to achieve profitability. What capital brings in a business, especially that's direct to consumer, is speed. Sometimes, and I'll give you this example also, because when we entered, we were in a category that was already duopolistic. So there were two large players that owned about 70% of the category. So for us to first of all break in, even have the aspiration of breaking in a category that's already well established, there had to be very, very crystal clear gaps in the market. But that was just an entry point for us to be able to really crack the code, build loyalty with the consumers, get an entry point, have the availability, and also at the same time, package all of this with layers of brand building, and that is either a highly time consuming effort or a capital intensive effort. So for us, we started in 2018 building the product. 2019, we launched successfully. Commercially, we started selling. And this is the fourth or fifth year of the business in terms of commercially selling. And we've grown at about 500% averaged out year on year. That would not have been possible. The kind of, customer loyalty that we've been able to achieve, the number of customers that we've been able to kind of reach out to. And our category predominantly sits offline. We can build a small, cute little business online, maybe a couple of crores, but that would not suffice my own goals. So sometimes, to answer your question about profitability largely, and to also serve the purpose of helping entrepreneurs here, profitability is inevitable for you to survive long term. That's the default status quo that everybody should aim for. But at times, initial investments are required to really build a brand quickly. and to stand out, especially in the D2C category where copying and me too is very, very common because the barriers to entry are low. That's how I looked at the category, and that's what we have done.
Vinayak, your operation area of operation is slightly different. You're helping D2C brands get that speed, get that customer quickly. What have been your learnings from the services that you offer that you would like to share with people here and people on the panel?
Sure. I hope I'm audible. Hi guys, a quick introduction. I'm Vinayak, founder of Speed. We actually work with D2C brands, about 2,000 odd brands globally, and we help them set up a revenue channel on WhatsApp as a means to reduce dependency on ads. So I think on the profitability topic, right? I think so there are some things that have been interesting for us to also see. Profitability. So I think the biggest blocker to profitability as brands scale is the amount of money being spent on ads, because that ends up being like the primary channel. Of course, over time, brand sort of scales and then your cost of acquisition goes down. That's there, and there are efficiencies in the supply chain. But beyond that, if you were to look at where do we get growth profitably, I think one is getting the right channels in place. So if you're spending a lot of money on ads, I think that's something you can't control. You have to spend that money to get top of funnel traffic. But the conversion rate for most brands on the websites is like 1%, 2%. That's where if you just like get it to like 3%, 4%, if that's possible, suddenly like brings up your sales 2x and like brings up your ROAS too. So that's where we have seen like interesting stuff. I think one thing that's been interesting over the past couple of years for us has been brands building lists. So in the US, when brands are at scale, they drive like about 20-25% of their revenue through own channels like email, or now SMS has really picked up there. In India, this is relatively new. Like we have email lists, but I don't think they have performed as well. WhatsApp is a channel that has opened up very recently, and initially there was like everybody just like doing a lot of abandoned carts kind of stuff. Recently, we've seen that brands that have deployed WhatsApp as a long-term channel, they've built lists on WhatsApp. So if you have like 100,000 people, let's say, coming to your website, using interesting widgets, interesting pop-ups, you can get like 10-15% of them to opt into you. And then that really compounds. You're adding like 10-15,000 people to your list every month. After a year, you have like a database that's like hundreds of thousands. So these are some things on just like finding channels that can scale. And beyond that, there is of course like using the data that you are collecting in a D2C website to then send content that's like personalized and targeted. But yeah.
All right. Lovely music. Yeah, good. Bharat, let me start with you. We're all agreed on profitability, but I want to dig deeper and say that, I mean, it's easy to talk about profitability, standing out of clutter, and build that company. But, if you see over the last in the recent months, in fact, the cost of customer acquisition on digital has really gone up. And as a D2C brand where digital is a key focus, how do you align your brand strategy to stay profitable? How do you pivot and address the rising cost of customer acquisition?
So many brands, I'm sure a lot of these brands are sitting here also, they have no option but to sell online. And this is where the opportunity, and this is also where majority of the challenges. Most categories that are easy to enter with low barriers are also can only be scaled online. The moment you even think of going offline, there's crores that need to be put in. Even if you're doing your own EBO, if you're doing MBOs, if you're doing kind of retail formats, traditional channels of sales. So the first thing is that when any one channel disrupts your business, the question that a founder needs to answer is the dependency on that channel. How can they reduce it? So that's where the starting point is. How can you reduce dependency on any of these channels? And how can you diversify your channel mix? Because ultimately a brand should be able to sell irrespective of the channel of distribution. That's what a true brand is. No matter where you sell, in which part of the country you sell, you should, if you're focusing on one territory, that's different. But that's what a true brand value That's what true brand value really means. So if the acquisition costs have gone up, the founders and their teams need to take a step back, because it will be unprofitable to sell at a 2x CAC. At a 1.5x CAC, you might break even. I don't know. Depends on the margin profile. But if you do not have more than 60% gross margins and your CAC is 1 point, if your CAC goes up by even 25, 30%, you're out, you're down there. You're just at the neck level. So I feel the founders need to stop burning their money, and they need to take a step back and reassess. Can we move our focus to retention marketing? Will that lead to better returns eventually? Can we focus more on brand building? Because ultimately the only way to break clutter in the mind of the consumer is to build a brand. So all of these things are there. I can go deeper, but I don't want to take too much time in harping on this one fact, which is very important, which is the brand should be able to sell agnostic of the channel, and the margin profile should be such that the brand ultimately is able to make money, even if you're investing upfront, maybe at some point. With bad margin profiles, no matter how much you spend, no matter how much you try to build online, sometimes it will not make the cut, because every product that's shipped out requires a certain kind of a cost attached to it, which cannot be taken away.
So the brand has to diversify the channel mix, so that makes it doable and profitable, right? That's essentially one of the key points. Siddharth, earlier in your answer, you mentioned that, and you were very honest in saying that profitability is what drives it, but profitability, what the entire piece of disruption and startups and everything is also a social impact, As a founder, how do you look beyond profitability at times, of course, or not beyond, ensure that profitability with impact occurs? I mean, or does the founder lose the track of the impact part and is only interested in growing the category, even if it's a Me Too category?
I think, see, again, it depends on brand to brand, but what worked for us is what I can share. So we are a 2-year-old company, and one of the first D2C brands who have touched 100 crore ARR within 2 years being bootstrapped. And how did we do that is obviously worked on a lot of engines that are required towards driving, that brand loyalty and the kind of customer experience that we give. The number one thing obviously is your product. If your product is not good, no matter how much you spend on marketing, it's not going to work. The second is obviously the customer experience, especially for a category like us. Where the market is very cluttered, we just wanted to make sure that we could scream loud and make a difference there. I think overall, it is just the kind of customer experience that you want to give with the kind of retention that you can acquire, and keep building on from there is what is the key. Consistency and just to give you an example, Domino's is not the best pizza maker in the world, right? What they're good at is with consistency in taste, delivery, and the customer experience. I think same with Starbucks, not the #1 coffee makers in the world, but the kind of brand loyalty that they have is incredible. So I think building all of that requires a certain amount of time, and founders need to be patient enough and keep pivoting wherever it is necessary.
Thanks. Maniraj, let me come back to the customer acquisition part of it. How can D2C brands pivot and stay profitable in this rising context of the cost?
So I think the answer, if a D2C brand or any brand for that matter is in a particular channel and they're facing that, okay, competition is becoming stiffer, then the only answer that I could think of is innovation. Innovation can be multifold. One of the first forks of that would be product innovation. So maybe if let's say you launch something, but that's becoming very commonplace, your profit margin is obviously going to go down, so a high CAC will impact you a lot. But if you can keep coming up with new things that the market keeps needing in alignment with your purpose, then that problem subsides to a large extent. And secondly, innovation also in the way things are sold. So I can give you our example from Amitoj India. We so because we are primarily a B2B company, uh, our product innovation is always out there. Okay, you'll see different products being launched from us again and again, and by the time they become common, people start copying them. We launch a new innovation, so that we always ahead in the market. So so as to preserve our profit margin. That's number one. Secondly, the way that you sell, the channels that you use also have to start changing. So for example, we are probably one of the first people to launch a B2B e-commerce portal for our clients. I have not seen anybody who does that. So we said, okay, all of our competitors are going to clients. They're doing that physically. They may be sending emails. Hey, look at my products. Why don't I bring people to uh, my catalog base that I've built, which is a B2B e-com. So innovation in every aspect of the business is going to be, that's what you need to stay ahead. And we've seen a huge impact with that.
Jigar?
First question. So I think good D2C businesses, I think, are built over three.
Can you bring a mic to?
Is this better? Yeah. So I think what I've seen good D2C businesses are built over three main pillars, and that's the sort of framework we're trying to implement at 82 East as well. The three pillars are content, community, and commerce, right? So in terms of the rising performance marketing or advertising costs, I think it's important to sort of go back to the to that basic fundamental framework and trying to evaluate across the three pillars what are the areas where you can do more growth hacking. So if you talk about commerce, which is the most intuitive sort of a pillar, if performance marketing is getting difficult, are we thinking through more retention marketing, right? Do you understand or are you doing enough analysis of how often your customers are buying? What are they buying? The ones that have bought and not bought again, are you sort of paying close attention to them? Are you sending them some sort of a nudge to a gentle reminder sort of a thing to come back again, right? Cross selling is another sort of a way, right? If you observe of your entire product basket, there are one or two products which are frequently getting bought. It is possible, that the customers may not be completely familiarized with other products because you could not have perhaps promoted them enough, right? So cross sell replenishment are some easy hacks that one can look at. I think they're I think to what Vinayak was also saying, I think they are very underutilized. Now we have WhatsApp and lots of tools like the ones that he's also building, which allow you to constantly do that and touch base at a certain non-intrusive interval with your customers, right? So that's more the commerce pillar. Coming to the middle, which is the community pillar, what are the ways where you can engage with a large part of your TG at scale, right? So whether, I don't know, depending on the age group, whether it could be colleges, it could be forums, it could be places where like Facebook groups, etc., right? So can you identify some of these platforms where you can engage, do some social listening? I think social listening also as a method of engaging has been very, very underutilized. And try to understand what people are in the communities at large are talking about. Have you as a brand spent enough time to build a community, right? Are you basics, right? Are you reading your comments which are on your social media page? Are you responding to your consumers, right? I think these are small gestures which keep your brand on the top of the mind of your consumers and in a way build loyalty and repeats, right? And the last part is content, right? And I think at 82 is given uh, my co-founder, we have a little bit of an unfair advantage in terms of building great content. But I think in general, if since the topic is more sort of broad-based D2C companies, how are we building content that is doing a clear job of communicating your brand value proposition, right? Are you building more content that is relatable? Is it touching upon the consumer pain point? Is it engaging the consumer, right? I think those are some elements that one needs to look at and try to do more systematic, disciplined kind of effort across all the three pillars to build loyalty, drive repeats, also of course drive more organic awareness. That's probably like how I think through reducing your CAC and trying to still scale and be profitable in the age of rising performance marketing.
Vinayak, what are your 2 bits on reducing the customer acquisition cost?
Sure. So I think, so to Bharat's point, right, like he was mentioning that the holy grail for any D2C brand is to be able to build a strong brand that eventually drives down your CAC and people buy from you, irrespective of which channel you're present on. I think that's the holy grail, but that's not where most brands start, right? I actually think brand is a function of customer growth. So brand is how many people know about you and what do they feel when they hear about you. So you can, the aesthetics and your message and your positioning in the market and what you bring, your value prop is the second part of it. But people still need to know about you and buy from you and then share with the world what they experience. So you have to acquire customers and you should acquire customers aggressively. If you have to acquire customers aggressively, then what is the cheapest way to do it? And I think maybe at the risk of repeating myself, but the way to do it is to essentially own your audience. To find ways to own your audience, because the cost of marketing to your audience is always going to be cheaper. And one way could be for you to, let's say, like run ads and get people in your funnel into WhatsApp, email, SMS marketing to them. That's like one way of doing it. The other ways might be more creative. Like I was speaking with Vinny from Supertails, and he had interesting ideas around, okay, how do you create these higher order assets? Like they've created consultations where people then come for a lot lower cost, and then you're able to move them further down the funnel. Or let's say what Jigar was mentioning, like if you have Deepika Padukone as your ambassador, things get a lot easier. But yeah, I think those would be my 2 cents.
Because that will help you in the discoverability, but then the product will speak for itself. Pankaj, your final thoughts.
I have a little different perspective into this. I think this marketing is more like certain increase. It's like other commodity products, increase, travel, food, everything. I have seen many years and all. I will come to that, like how we're going to do the CAC. In the last 3-4 years, we maintain the CAC with the growth. Even like when we hire people, I mean, they in growth, they come like 1.5 to 2, that's a good number. I don't know. So for my company, it's always clear it's going to be like this number, 18% of AOV and all. We see like how this is increasing, then I work on like how can increase AOV, then your CAC can be like similar. I just want to give 1 or 2 examples. Sometimes D2C brand, we too much focus on the product. But it's not only product. You selling as a brand is experience, at this point, and if you have a great product and service is not good, nobody going to remember your product. They only going to remember the product. And I think product can be replaced for your service. So that's very, very important when we when we talk about the brand, this is a complete cycle. Like even example of one Hussein Bolt, like he's a runner, great runner, and like maybe like legs are the most for it. But somebody asked me, he said, if I run, my every part of body has to be the same. Then only I can win. When you brand every part, team, customer support, product, innovations, everything, and that's the same. That's very, very important. That's mostly people miss when we're running the brand and all. How it comes for me, I have a clear cap. Like this should not grow. This cap has to be this. Then innovation starts. Necessity always give innovation. Then team start. Okay, kya karna hai? Maybe different channel, content, product, different way of doing it. So I always say when you have a free hand, then always try
Frugal.
Frugal. I mean, Facebook and Google is like high. Connect extra money. And try to pay this money with your cash. So that's the reason even my all performance marketing is prepaid, not profit. Sometimes what I have seen, like people spend up money, then build something. So this something you have to put into the process and all, and the brand and all. And always say end of the brand, which I just said initially, if the brand is there, brand it means everything, all challenges will be solved.
Brand is the entity, and all parts of the entity have to move equally. Your marketing alone cannot be smarter than the product. They all have to be equally
Everything has
smart.
to be
right?
same.
Exactly.
Everything has to be
Maniraj.
Yeah, I'd like to add something. So first of all, absolutely, in agreement with these guys that frugal methods or things like SEO and content and brand that really needs to be focused on to bring CAC down. But I have a different perspective also on this. Is that an entrepreneur cannot necessarily be worried about increasing CAC. What he should be worried about is if the CAC is going down, is the lifetime value stable, or are we able to, because the CAC is going to be increasing for all my competitors also. So we're on a level playing field. So if everybody is doing performance marketing, all good. Can I increase the lifetime value? And I just remembered an example that I want to share from our Made in Health days. So we used to sell a segment of products which were these protein powders and bodybuilding supplements was a part of that. And we liked it when we got, let's say, a first order from a customer, which was 2,000, 3,000. That was a profitable unit economic order. But a lot of times customers used to place an order for a product which was maybe 400. I think it was a creatine product. And honestly, we didn't like seeing that because we were selling it at a loss. But later what we realized is that once a customer buys a creatine, once he buys the 400 products, he comes back much more easily and then buys the 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 product. Okay. So instead of, discouraging that sale, we actually started pricing that product, the losing product, even lower. So that, okay, we have a bad CAC, but then we want to build a better lifetime value for clients.
Right. Let me ask you one more question, all of you, and then I'll possibly try to take a question from the other side, of the panel who are equally stakeholders here. Again, starting with you, Bharat. Of course, when you start a D2C brand, the initial disadvantage is that discoverability and building that brand recall. How do you build a brand recall that stays? Also, with the choice that customers have today, how do they stay loyal? How do you build loyalty? Is it only price point loyalty? Is it product loyalty? What are you witnessing in the marketplace?
Definitely brand awareness is at its peak right now because of all the available options of, with a very small budget, you can reach out to a large audience today. But brand loyalty is at its lowest right now because it's just so many brands in large categories competing with each other. So how do you build brand loyalty is a billion-dollar question because there is not only one or two or three things that you can do which will build a brand, quickly. So the first thing that you need to do is give it time. The foremost thing in any category is that you cannot shove down a brand. You can shove down products or services, but not a brand down someone's throat. It will take time and it should have cycles of repeats, which also take time for the consumers. So I think my formula is 1,000-day formula. It will take sometimes 1,000 days for somebody to register your brand and to have the brand in the consideration set of the consumers.
1,000 days.
1,000 days minimum. That's minimum. That's the minimum. I think I missed out the word minimum. So you cannot. You will see small successes, small wins on a day-to-day basis. But if you want to build a large-scale disruption, large-scale brand in your category, you need to give it time. And while you're giving it time, you need to do many things correct on a day-to-day basis. For example, the first thing is product. Somebody mentioned here, product is not enough. I actually completely, I think Jagger mentioned, product is not enough.
Pankaj mentioned.
Pankaj, sorry. I think product is definitely not enough, but the starting point is the product. Although in the long scheme, the importance might be 5%, 2%, but the weighted average of like, the importance is very high initially. So it starts with a great product, the great gap that you have to figure out. Customer love is important. Immense amount of customer love is required today. And you will need to do all of this, and availability. So in my category, even if there are, a couple of 100,000 ragers, but if they go to an offline store and they don't find rage there are chances that they will shift, which we don't want. So availability also has to be there. So all of these things, over a period of time, you have to do them right to have a shot at success and having a shot to build a brand.
I like the metric you put, 1,000 days minimum, and it gives a sense that founders have to be, of course, patient. It's not a fly-by-night kind of a thing, which many people think that startups can raise funds and just scale it up. It's not that easy. Maniraj, your thoughts on?
Yeah, to me, this question is very similar to how do you build trust with your girlfriend? How do you build brand loyalty? Is just by being loyal to the customer. So if you want to build trust with your girlfriend, be honest, right? Automatically, trust is going to be built. It's inevitable. So in the same way, if we are loyal to the customer, so if our purpose and value is very strong with the brand, you are going to create the product that they need.
So sorry. So the other side has to be loyal to you. How does that happen when they have a lot of choice? I'm saying customers, how do you build their loyalty? Because they are also loyal on the price points.
By being loyal, yeah, that's a part of the answer. My loyalty to my customers, price is a part of that. Product is a part of that. Okay. If I go and buy a very good product, I feel, this company is ripping me off. I don't think they're loyal to me, but I get a very good emotion. I feel, wow, what a product, what a price. Okay. I've got it. It's a package deal that I got. That's when I feel, okay, this brand understands me. And, eventually you can't control what they're going to think. You can only control what you're going to do. And so if my brand has that in its purpose in every small action, like he's saying, you have to do a lot of small things every single day. That comes when I have it deep inside me. I'll automatically start doing those things. And I'll make mistakes, but I'll make them right.
Pankaj?
I always say the D2C brand product is the first thing. It's always key. Like this has to be differentiated. I'm saying, but sometimes we get into so much product, we miss other things as experience and all. And always say, the D2C terminology now. I mean, when we talk about any retail brand, I completely agree. Take decade to build, And sometimes we are so much hurry, and because of hurry, so much pressure and all, we start doing mistakes. It's very, very important to have a patience. Take any example, any retail brand less than a decade. It takes more than a decade. So it's very, very important. Don't be hurry, and understand what is the brand and all. And most important is innovations, understanding and all. So as discussed earlier. So keep innovating, keep differentiating. That's very, very important. And either Amazon is there, anybody is there, nothing going to happen. ये पहले भी था, अभी भी था, आगे भी रहेगा. You have to be different in every sense. The product, the innovation, the content, and you start winning. Once you stop, and every company is actually take example of any big leader. Like okay, the big example. It's not about any big one, small and all. You stop innovation, you die. Every day you have to be innovations and all to grow and build a brand. And all.
So 4 minutes I have. Vinayak?
Yeah, so very quickly, I think brand loyalty, largely it's about staying true to a promise. And you could stand for anything. I'll share a very short example. I think in the past month or so, I've taken maybe like 8 to 10 flights. I think one of those or two of those were maybe Air India and the rest were Indigo. Indigo, every time I was on time, I got the experience I wanted. Air India, the first flight I took, there was a protest going on outside the counters because the previous flight got cancelled and the other people didn't want next flight to go, right? So I'm going to book Indigo. I think that's brand loyalty.
So quick words, Jigar. I have literally 1 minute. I'm being shown the timer.
So I think I agree largely with all the points that have been said. For D2C companies specifically, brand loyalty, I would say, I think in the initial days, if you're able to understand what your hero product is and then trying to really nurture it, I think product really is the king. And a customer is at the end of the day paying for a product, right? So if you identify the hero early and nurture it, I think that's probably one of the reasons.
So that 30 seconds.
I think
more or less synced with everyone. It is just, delivering what you promise. If you say your returns and exchange are going to be hassle-free, make sure it is. If I mean, you'll have to just deliver whatever you promised, and brand loyalty is a longer journey. You need to be very patient, and then it's going to happen over a number of days, years, etc. So I think patience and innovation is the key.
Patience, innovation, and I can't even sum it up. Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I can't even take the names. It's like a team and not a panel. Thank you so much, everyone. Aditya, over to you.
Hello. I think managing the time is quite tough. So picture, please. And especially being the timekeeper, telling Rohil that Rohil, time's up is even more difficult. Thank you. A huge round of applause for them, please, for all our panelists and for Rohil as well. So up next, and the last one, we have a fireside chat that will be followed by India's top D2C Brands Awards Ceremony 2023. We'll wait for them. Also, a few of our partners have displayed their products at various booths inside and outside the hall. We request you please have a look at them too. Because this is the last session that we have, I request my team to please play the partners AV. Yep. I think Karthik, your team also needs to bring in some coffee after this.
की चटकारे लेते हुए टकटकी मार के डिबेट शो को पॉज रिपीट कर करके देख रहे हैं जोगिंदर जी। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपनी फेवरेट डिबेट्स को रिपीट कर और डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप अपने स्मार्ट टीवी पर। जैसे ही घड़ी का काटा दोपहर 2:30 पे आए, बबीता जी का दिल सास बहू साजिश के लिए मचल जाए। और ये है इनकी बहू, पूरे दिन ऑफिस की टेंशन हो जाए गॉन जब ये करें अपना फेवरेट शो फ्री टाइम पे ऑन। इनकी तरह आप भी देखें अपना फेवरेट शो अपने टाइम पर और डाउनलोड कीजिए एबीपी लाइव ऐप अपने स्मार्ट टीवी पर।
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features, providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Businessworld presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
I feel that the Indian automobile industry's future is very bright. Presently, the size of the industry is 7.5 lakh crore, and I'm confident that at the end of 25, it will be more than 15 lakh crore.
Businessworld has brought this to Bangalore, and earlier also they have done it. Bangalore is the right place to talk about startups, unicorns, decacons.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Their stature, their experience, and their name in their respective fields. I wish all the best, and may your entire day be enlivening and fulfilling. Thank you so much.
Covering a range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
Because development पूरी राजनीति में ये focus बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience.
BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism with a power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars $33 million page views on an average.
We've discussed about all that's been happening in the past few years. We've discussed about the current trends. It's now time to talk about what the future holds for us. So our last fireside chat, it's on future-proofing D2C brands playbook for the next decade. Please join me in welcoming our speakers for the same. Aman Gupta, co-founder and CMO both, with Dr. Anurag Batra, chairman and editor-in-chief, BW Businessworld, and founder, Exchange for Media. And this shall be followed by the awards ceremony.
Applause your hair for Aman. How many of you use a boat product? No wonder you're doing well.
I love you guys. कौन थे जिन्होंने हाथ नहीं खड़ा? उनसे क्वेश्चन भी पूछने को अलाउ मत करना.
It is his passion. Aman, अभी भी CMO क्यों यार?
मेरे को ना और कुछ अच्छा नहीं लगता. Marketing sales. Sorry guys, you know I've got a bad throat. It's the weekend effect. So I don't like.
ऐसा क्या करते हो weekend पे समझ गया?
दरियागंज sir, coming back to the question, I like more of sales and marketing rather than these, running the company myself. So that's why we have hired a seasoned CEO, Vivek.
Mr.
Yeah, he's there.
Godrej took a break.
Yeah. So it's something which I like. It's like we have a tagline also: "Do what floats your boat," and that's real because we should all do what we love doing, and I love sales and marketing, so I'm just doing that.
बोट तो बोट नहीं रहा, तो शिप बन गया.
नहीं सर, स्पीड बोट.
अरे वाह, I like that. See, that's why Aman Gupta is Aman Gupta. Give him a big round of applause for bringing so much energy. Aman, you started in a pure D2C environment. We had Rishi Vasudev sometime before you. Your categories are very, very. Sit down here. Right down. कैसे दिया आप लोगों ने?
सर उसने नहीं दिया. वो मेरी टीम का है.
So, since the time you entered in last 6 years, and now, what are the broad changes that have happened? Give us a kind of a scenario that is now vis-a-vis when you started. What has changed? Especially your categories. I meet somebody every week who's launching a gadget. हमें boat जैसा बनना है.
Sir, let me go back and there's as I always say, D2C as a term also was non-existent when we started. And people from Delhi can understand D2C buses होती थी बस. उसके सिवाय कुछ नहीं होता था दिल्ली में. अभी फिर हमें ऑनलाइन ब्रांड बुलाते थे, फिर हमें डिजिटल ब्रांड बुलाते थे, और फिर पहले जब हमने स्टार्ट किया ना तो लोग कहते थे ये 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ तो तुम बेच लेते हो, 10 नहीं कर पाओगे. 10 करते थे तो लोग कहते थे 100 नहीं कर पाओगे. 100 करते थे तो कहते थे यार 100 करोड़ तो चलो कर दिया, इससे ऊपर ऑनलाइन मार्केट बहुत छोटी है. तो फिर वो कहते थे तुम लोग अमेजॉन ब्रांड हो, फिर हमें कहते थे तुम लोग ऑनलाइन ब्रांड हो. तो नाम हमें बहुत नामों से बुलाया गया लाइफ लॉन्ग. एंड मार्केट, ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग मार्केट is still 10% of India. Just imagine
Absolutely.
that, right? So we've now started focusing in last 1 year in offline. We've just hired a new offline sales head. So offline market itself, 90% of India is still untouched, right? There's so many new things we can do. So D2C market is evolving. I wouldn't say so. I had a debate. There's a D2C group in which the debate was happening. Some people say that what is a D2C or what is D2C? So if I can ask, you guys have attended the whole session. If anybody can tell me exactly what D2C is, then it will be amazing. Why don't you guys take a try? Or somebody just tell me what does D2C mean as a word? Oh. Yeah, but yes, that is also true. But D2C as a channel is just a channel, right? And it doesn't mean that direct to consumer also can be divided in 3 parts. Some people said Nirma was our first D2C brand because it was going factory to the consumer directly at one point of time. जब वो खुद market में लेके जाते हैं. कई brand होते हैं which were born on marketplaces, right? Like Boat is a brand which is born on Amazon, Flipkart. There are some brands which are born on their own website. That is also a pure play D2C player because they themselves start selling to the retailer. But if you look at today's market, how the evolution is happening, sir, to answer your question, even I saw an ad from HUL levers, and they were saying looking for a D2C head, right? So it's becoming one of those important channels which nobody can miss. So what is happening now? Marketplace brands are going online or on their own website, or they are going offline. The own website brands are going marketplace or offline, and the offline brands are coming online. It's I think another 2-3 years this word will also get extinct, and it started changing. It's becoming omni-channel for the latest word. So I think there is a transition happening, and wherever you build a brand doesn't matter, but all will converge into selling to the consumer.
Absolutely. So हमें D2C conference का नाम कुछ और रखना पड़ेगा 2-3 साल बाद.
Confirm.
Okay. But I was talking to Rishi and I asked him, and I know I don't know if he called you or not. I was on a flight from Mumbai to Chennai and I met a guy called Suresh Chumani. That's what I was doing. You opened a boat store in Chennai, right? He knows your co-founder more, and I gave him your mobile number. When you open physical stores, don't you dial by? You already said that what is D2C? It's omni-channel in simple terms. You build a brand and business. But the efficiencies, Rishi built the case for saying if you go physical, then the whole raison d'etre of being D2C gets defeated. What is your point?
I don't agree. Because probably what they do at Boat
growth ventures is probably smaller brands. But to grow beyond a point, you cannot only rely on one channel, right? If you look at, and I say that, I've said that before, a shampoo keyword is more expensive than buying a shampoo today. You know, any category you go into is getting so expensive. It's getting more expensive to uh, build your mark in one category, because it's, you know, if you go to Zomato and all these food restaurants, it's becoming so difficult for them to advertise there, because it's about who can pay higher, right? The same in D2C. And पहले क्या था ना कि when there were some brands when they were starting off, including us, we had leverage of, there was a cat fight happening between Amazon and Flipkart. Right now, cat fight में क्या होता है ना, both of them fight between each other. Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, बहुत सारे players होते थे to create. तो क्या होता था? It was not as difficult. But if you look at today, if you ask me if I can build another boat today, it might be even more difficult to build a brand, because every other brand has gone so big in their own spaces. To fight us, you need to spend 10 times us, right? Because we've got the scale. But does that mean that the brands cannot be created? No, the answer is brands can definitely be created. There are niches which are coming up. There's a, if you look at my friend Wow Shampoos, right? They were also one of those big guys initially, or Mama. They were very big in their categories. But now if you look at a brand called Mac Caffeine, right? M Caffeine. He's created a brand only in coffee-based products. So niches are emerging even in the categories.
Niche within niches. Aman, now let's specifically talk for a moment of the gadgets category. Right? What's happening in that category? Well, I swear, I'm not saying I met 4 or 5 people in the last 6 months who said ki gadget, but see boat is done. Even if we do this much, I can take 2-3 names we'll do. So every week in some of our conference, I meet someone who's built 100 crore smartwatch brand. Somebody's built, just headphones. Somebody's doing some other accessory. So clearly the usage of accessories is growing. Is this category expanding?
So I'll tell you, when few years back when we were being born, people did not agree to that brands can be made in this category, because there were a lot of Indian brands in the electronic space which had died, right? You know all of them. So there was a very difficult. No, but I've seen them at the conferences. तो वो बहुत सारे ब्रांड आते थे जो चले गए फिर इंडिया से, मोबाइल फोन मार्केट में, मतलब वो वाले ब्रांड, राइट? So what happened was there was no confidence that India can make a brand in electronics, and we are very happy to say that we started that wave, and obviously both and wave. It's somewhere. So we started that wave of Indian brands can follow in a commoditized electronic market also, and you'll be surprised to know, sir, that now the top 5 brands in our space are from India. I think the market is growing, and there is room for everybody to grow. It's not just we are growing. And as you said, I did not focus on smartwatches, right? Because we were growing our audio brand so much. And there are some new brands which are doing decently well on the smartwatch segment. And the door was open. And that's where I say category creation on a small area, right? The door was open. When we were entering, all the other brands were focusing on different things. We entered and we focused on audio, we killed it there. Some brands, the door was open on the watches side, they entered there. So I'm not saying that, and that's a niche, right? As you rightly said, that's a niche. उसमें भी niches बन रही है, जैसे मैं आपको बताता हूँ, audio है, headphones में एक niche बन रही है, which is gaming headphones is also becoming a category by itself, and that will grow itself. So
Gaming is growing.
Gaming is growing. So so I would say that there will be growth on all
new
categories.
products. Headphones for people who have less hair or no hair, how can they listen better? Two customers are here.
I think the problem is not about hearing. The other problem is to have a better shampoo.
Yes, shampoo की company में investment नहीं है. Anybody who owns a shampoo company, please go to Mr. Aman Gupta. He's not investing in it. But on a serious note, again, there is another, D2C has a huge ecosystem. There are fintech players that are funding D2C players.
Yeah.
There are technology enablers that are enabling. There are digital marketing specialists who specialize. Arjun is there. There are many others who work with D2C brands. The businesses I met who take online brands offline. The ecosystem is growing. Where do you see the ecosystem in the next 12 to 15 months? What are the trends over the next 12 to 15 months that are relevant to some of the founders that you can see because of your scale or being a pioneer?
I totally like that question, and that is what is changing, sir. पहले क्या होता था ना, if you look at the big guys, if you look at Amazon, or if you look at Flipkart, these big marketplaces, they have the systems, right? They had, modular systems. They built over periods of time. Right? Amazon has taken like so many years. They've built a system how you can track them better, how you can check out better, how you can do vernacular better. But now, and if you look at us as a D2C company, we cannot do that because we can't fight these marketplaces. We've got a better technology on all fronts. So these ecosystem players which are coming up with smaller tech, कि जैसे WhatsApp marketing करनी है तो एक उसके लिए specialized player आ गया, Go Quick आ गया, जैसे checkout cash conversion better करना है तो वो आ गया, अगर आपको omni commerce करना है तो Ship Rocket आपके logistics में help करके आपका unicommerce के साथ आप पीछे से backend flow कर दो तो वो flow अच्छा आ जाएगा. ये इतनी अच्छी हो गई है सर because they also work with people like us. And as we are growing, as the country is growing, as people are shopping more online, people are understanding the problems of real India. ये cash की problem India की problem है. जैसे अभी ये वर्ल्ड में नहीं है कि कैश लोग कैश से खरीदते हैं. आज भी 50% of the purchases in India are made from cash. It's a unnecessary, but it's a known devil. But you cannot ignore it. And GoQuick came out with that solution which addresses that problem. So there are a lot of these smaller players which will build us as as one ecosystem so that and we can leverage them together. I think it's beautiful what's happening.
You see some spaces available for some of the entrepreneurs to build some services. Give us one or two spaces that you feel are not adequately served in this ecosystem.
So there are, I will, when I go to Shark Tank, sometimes first year I went, I thought that there are not many companies, there will be VCs who must have taken a lot of companies. And I was pleasantly surprised to see the number of companies and the number of ideas which came. If you look at this season, the average valuation ask has been 100 crores. So the companies which have come are much better than last season. There are businesses which I never thought I will invest in. I've invested in. One of them is this chicken curry suits, right? I never thought that I will invest in a suit company. And these guys are doing beautiful business, right? So there are so many new verticals, brands, businesses, which we don't know about. And 30% of the companies which come on Shark Tank are pure play, D2C companies. एक ना oil company आई. And जो आता है Shark Tank में उनकी suddenly sales भी ना they just shoot up. So that shows that there is immense potential if you do branding right. All these companies just need somewhere to get awareness level going.
That's the role of media. Okay? And I'm writing a column on the power of TV. My friends from ABP are there. Somebody said, "Oh, digital is so big, TV mar gaya." I gave them two examples. One is all the guys on the Shark Tank. TV is built them. Right? I mean, already you built yourself, hard work, personality. But second, Big Boss. I met someone, she's on Big Boss, the dentist, Soundarya Sharma. She was telling me that, before and after Big Boss, she's now cutting ribbons and so on and so forth. She's making money and pursuing her TV and media of all kinds, build brands. Going to be important. I'm a good person. Now coming to my last question, Aman, what has changed for you?
Context बिल्कुल अलग है.
यार आपने बोला मैं तो बता रहा हूँ. मैं तो मीडिया वाला हूँ. I'm just amplifying what you are saying.
For me, sir, marketing wherever you get is a good. My personal view is I to wear my boat T-shirt when you had called me for the first award 6 years back. Nobody knew boat also. that young entrepreneur of what you guys did. That time also, if you see the picture, I was wearing the same t-shirt. So I feel marketing you can do wherever you get space, wherever you get free awareness level, go for it. अगर कोई celebrity आपका कहीं पे use कर ले आपका brand, आपको marketing free में मिल जाती है. तो आप marketing जहाँ option हो, there's nothing known as bad marketing.
I agree with you. Visibility for the brand. And Aman, I want to say that I know one of my team members came to me 4 or 5 days after you said Aman has said somewhere कि awards better नहीं करते award. हमारे award में आपने दोनों ऐसे jury member भी participate किया. ऐसा 6 साल पहले we don't sell awards. It's done through a jury process. There's a lot of ways we make money. We run a commercial organization, but we don't just exist to make money. We exist to discover. The role of a media company is to discover winners before they become big. I can tell you over our last 9-year journey, there are many. There are at least 30, 40 with a big size, another 120 that we first awarded. So we were lucky, part of our journey. But Aman, coming back to D2C, do you think you said beyond the point, if you need to grow, you need physical touch points? Is that what you said? And that's why omni-channel. How does a D2C founder or D2C brand owner, Karthika and Ashish, you want to come and speak here, build a sales company, I'll invite you. Okay. How does a founder know that this is the time to be able to now get into physical retail? Is there an inflection point? Is there a way to know? Because this is a question. If I was a D2C founder and sitting in the audience, I would be thinking about it.
As a D2C founder, how do you go offline?
अब मेरी 30 करोड़ की सेल हो गई, 100 करोड़ की हो गई. When is the right time?
See, offline is tough. Offline, you'll have to, for us also, we entered offline when, we were doing offline, but we were not serious about offline few years back. Now, when we've done 2,000 crores, when we did 2,000 crores, and we thought, let's take offline seriously. So I think the offline में ज़्यादा ना because you have to build a fleet on the street, right? You've got distributor management, returns वगैरह का चक्कर होता है. फिर उसके बाद होता है अगर सामान भेज दिया नहीं बिकता तो वो वापस आ जाता है, और फिर जब वो वापस आता है तो बहुत गंदी हालत में आता है. तो मेरे को तो ये लगता है कि जब ब्रांड बन जाए, जब आपके ब्रांड में पुल हो, आप कहीं भी बनाओ, ऑफलाइन बनाओ, ऑनलाइन बनाओ, अगर आपका ब्रांड बिकता है तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर खुद आएगा आपके पास, राइट? तो हमारे साथ यही हुआ था. हमारा जब ब्रांड बिकने लग गया था, अच्छा बिक रहा था, तो हमें इनकमिंग रिक्वेस्ट आती है लाइक कि आपको हमें वी वांट टू सेल योर प्रोडक्ट. जब इनकमिंग आती है ना, तो इट्स लाइक द पावर इज मच मोर देन व्हेन यू गो टू देम एंड टेल देम कि प्लीज मेरा. मैं आपको एक सिंपल एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जब मैं स्टार्ट कर रहा था तब मैं क्लासिक केस स्टडी होती थी, तो खान मार्केट में मैं खुद जाता था और अपना माल बेचने में जाता कि मेरा माल ले लो, और कोई लेता नहीं था. तो फिर मैं अपनी मॉम को भेजा कि बोट है, तो कहते थे नहीं है. तो फिर अगले दिन मैंने अपनी वाइफ को भेजा उसी शॉप पे, ग्लोबल गैजेट्स करने शॉप पे. अपनी वाइफ को भेजा कि उससे जाके ना बोट ना, तो मेरी वाइफ ने मांगा तो नहीं है. तो उस मार्केट उस बंदे के दिमाग में चल गया कि बोट बहुत चल रहा है आजकल, राइट? तो फिर उसको मिला नहीं कहीं. तो हाँ, तो फिर उसको मैंने फिर फोन किया, मैंने बोला अब रखना, आप बताओ बोट चाहिए? तो उसने बोला हाँ. तो वो आर्टिफिशियल डिमांड क्रिएशन थी, बट दैट गिव मी अ वेरी ब्यूटीफुल लेसन इन माय लाइफ दैट बॉस बिल्ड अ ब्रांड फर्स्ट. इफ यू गॉट अ ब्रांड, नाउ दिस गाय messages me कि I want to keep boat, right? And I used this line last week only on Shark Tank that every dog has his day, right? So now at least we don't have to give in to his request कि वापस ले लूंगा मैं माल, अगर नहीं देखा तो ये करूंगा, इतना % मार्जिन दो, ये रिटर्न दो, ये कैश पे कंसाइनमेंट में माल दो. मैं कुछ नहीं करना, लेना लेना. तो at least it's a, so I would say, to answer the question, if your brand is powerful enough, then go wherever you can. Go all channels, whether it's, अभी मैं आपको सिंपल बताता हूँ सर. एक ब्रांड मिला मेरे को, वो पता है कहाँ पे बना है? क्रेड के स्टोर पे. Now discoverability in Cred has become easiest, right? People are using Cred as a discovery platform. There are a lot of brands which are saying कि I saw you first on Cred, right? So Cred is becoming a discovery platform. उससे वो brand थोड़ा push शुरू हो रहा है, and eventually अब वो brand वहाँ बन के कहीं और जा रहा है. So there are so many discovery platforms one can use.
Thank you, Aman, for saying when you think your brand pool is good enough, and that will sell the products you put in physical stores, that's when you go physical. And I'm sure your gut feel and numbers both can come together to help you make that. Aman, in your journey as an entrepreneur, I met you, and I must say 3-4 years back, I don't know, on Diwali you sent me, the team sent me headphones, and I don't use headphones at all. Nothing to do with shampoo or other thing on my head. But I gave it to my daughter, and she said, "Yeah, I have it." So I asked them, "There are a lot, gifts come." I asked my children, "Do you want them?" And they are like, I mean, they're very told, they have choice. They said, "Both, yes, Papa, we want them." They clearly have the brand has a pull. I told you that 3 years back that my children use the brand and they bought it on their own. And you send me. What has changed about Aman Gupta in your entrepreneurship in the last 3 years? I won't go into last 7, 8 years. What Aman Gupta 3 years back and Aman Gupta now?
What changes आए हैं? मतलब
एक तो आप टोपी लगाने लगे हो.
नहीं, टोपी तो सर मैं वैसे ही बहुत टाइम से पहन रहा हूँ आजकल. फील आती है. मैं आपको बताता हूँ सर. 3 साल पहले छोड़ो सर, मैं आपको 2 साल पहले तक लेके चलता हूँ. ठीक है, 2 साल पहले तक मेरे पास पैसे नहीं थे. ठीक है, मतलब my wife was working for a company and did not have money, and I've said it many times before. So I sold 10% of my company last year to Warburg Pincus in the secondary sale, and I became rich. Not super rich, but decently rich. Then last year, that is Jan 2021.
Last year.
Last year. So then second, एक wish थी कि I wanted to be famous, right? For the right reasons. And Shark Tank helped me do that. Right? Then I have, I had a wish that I wanted to see the football final, Football World Cup, FIFA. I did that also last year. I wanted to see Wimbledon final, which I did. I could, and it's an expensive ticket to buy. I did that. I have a couple of things which are.
What's your bucket list? I was gonna go there. बता दो एक दो चीजें.
हाँ, अब तो वही कह रहा हूँ सर. तो ये अभी ये 3-4 चीजें तो मेरे लाइफ में अभी 2 साल में ही नहीं है. So there are a lot of changes.
I remember I met you for lunch. You're shifting from your hostel's home to
Gurgaon.
To a Tony place in Gurgaon. Yeah, I know very much. I don't want people to show up at your home.
So अभी क्या pending है मेरे को, there are a couple of people I have to meet. I have to meet.
दो के नाम.
मेरे को 3 ही बता देता हूँ. मेरे को business world में मेरे को Jeff Bezos से मिलना है. And I'm very inspired by how he's built Amazon as a global.
Absolutely.
I want to meet Modi ji as Prime Minister, and I want to learn from him also. I want to meet Shah Rukh Khan as the entertainer. These are 3 people I have to meet right now.
Fantastic. My last question, I'll take one or two. If you have to give advice to budding entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs to be successful, whether you work in a company or you work as an entrepreneur, what is the success secret that you profess people should have?
मैं ना ज़्यादा ज्ञान बांटता नहीं.
हमने सुना है ना.
और मैं अपनी स्टोरी बताता हूँ और some people just take some points from there. But what has worked for me is it's some people call it a negative word, but I love hustling, and I feel people who hustle can get things done faster. I'm not saying that I'm not provocating, and I'm not asking you guys to work.
How did you find hustling?
I don't know.
For those people who don't.
Yeah, so I don't
want a deeper input.
I don't care if you work 18 hours a day or 14 hours a day. I don't please that. I myself don't work more than 8 hours a day. I sleep for 10 hours a day. I love my sleep, but for me, every day is a Sunday and every day is a Monday. I'm passionate about both, and both is like my baby. I just I just do whatever it takes to win wherever I am, and I'm in it to win it, whether it's market share or whether it's a deal on Shark Tank. It's the competitive in me. I'm very passionate about what I do, but I'm very paranoid about what others can do because we came, we saw, we conquered, and somebody else can come see and conquer. So I'm very careful about about tracking competition at all levels also. So that's my world, and if people can get some, people want to take them, it's there.
And how do you define hustle? First, Hindi में
हिंदी में हिंदी में बताऊं तो हसल सर, जब हम कॉलेज जाते थे ना तो हमारे इंटरव्यू में ना क्वेश्चन पूछते थे लोग, अपने स्ट्रेंथ और वीकनेस बताओ।
मैं जब छोटा था,
अब 70 years पहले
नहीं 60 50 के बाद, and the curious case of Benjamin coming मैं भी I worked for 5 years before I started exchange media. मैं बोलता था कैथरीन ज़ीटा जोन my weakness. आपकी कौन
क्या क्या बोला आपने?
People used to ask ना आपकी weakness क्या है, मैं बोलता था कैथरीन ज़ीटा जोन. Of course that's a joke. Michael Douglas wife.
So आपका फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन और ये सेकंड क्वेश्चन साथ आंसर करता हूँ सर। तो वीकनेस और स्ट्रेंथ दोनों को मेरे से पूछता था तो मैं बोलता था impatience. Impatience is my strength also because it drives me hard to do things, and that is also a weakness because sometimes I run too fast and I sometimes fall because in life you can't also be impatient in doing things, right? So that is where hustle word is also used in the same context today, that you hustle your word through. मतलब हिंदी में बोलो तो impatience या आपको जैसे बोलते हैं आग लगानी हो, आपको किसी इंडस्ट्री में फोड़ना हो तो, या आपको अपने काम में फोड़ना हो, अगर आज किसी कंपनी में भी काम कर रहे हैं, एंटरप्रेन्योर, if you don't do it, there are others who are doing it, right? If you don't follow it, then somebody else in your company is following it. If you don't do well in your industry, then somebody else will come and do it. So you have to fight it out. It's a
you have to be
competitive
paranoid. You have to take all chances. You have to be all in. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, और अगर हिंदी में से कंक्लूड करूं तो मैं सिंपल बोलूंगा, हसल करो भसड़ में, right?
Please give Aman Gupta a big round of applause. Aman, the best thing, those people who work with me, I'm very impatient and I'm getting increasingly impatient. But one best thing you said is not sleep. I'm, Sabitaji asked me sometimes. I tell her I'll wake up whenever I wake up, and I sleep at 10:30. I wake up by 7:38. I sleep 9 to 10 hours every night. People ask me, where does my high energy come from? It comes from quality of sleep. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs give up on sleep. When you sleep better, you'll make better decisions. You'll have better relationships. You'll eat better. You'll be mindful. You'll be fully in conversation. You'll so invested in your sleep. And while I like you to buy both accessories and keep your phone away when you sleep, I keep my phone. Only some days when I wake up in the night, when I respond to text with phone. But Aman Gupta is there. Let's take 2-3 questions for Aman. Any questions from Sankalp? I know you can get a mic to Sankalp quickly. Sankalp is a 27-year-old young entrepreneur. He's building a company called DIA. He wants to make a difference to the policy ecosystem in the country. He's from Allahabad. I hope I get paid for making you famous.
So my question is very policy related. In past 8 years, board was founded in 2014. Prime Minister used setting up. He came in power in 2014, and one of the first schemes started was Startup India, and later on we got funds for startup schemes, and then startups.
Question those, mere bhai.
So, what do you think, being a entrepreneur, how much policy and the mindset of the government helps the entrepreneur to build?
Is there a role for policy to be a catalyst in an entrepreneur's journey?
So, I've been so many years, I've seen businesses. My business, 5. A lot of businesses I've done, 4-5 businesses. Not like the first business. I have never seen any government working closely with the startup founders. I went for an event. It was Modi's birthday, and there was this pura hall bhara hua tha, right? And I see the first row, second row was all ministers and politicians. उसके पीछे सारे entrepreneurs, startup founders बैठे थे. I was so relieved feeling that एक time आता था, you know, if you go to any conference, first row में ना सारे वो coat वाले, you know, बैठे होते थे. There was used to be like a fixed set of people in this country who used to be sitting there. Times have changed, bro. There are a lot of founders now. If you know, last week I was at a conference with UG was there, and he knew startup founders right left and center. Tomorrow, you know, ये रितेश अग्रवाल that Oyo his उनकी शादी है, उसमें मोदी जी
और
भी
नहीं है
7 तारीख को नेक्स्ट वीक, उसमें मोदी जी का भी सीना आने का. तो आपने कभी सुना था कि गवर्नमेंट इज talking directly to the founders, startup day, stand up India initiative. पहले सुना था, आज से 5 साल पहले से बता दो, आपने कभी सुना था कि स्टार्टअप के बारे में कि इतना प्रमोशन हो रहा है स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में? नहीं होता था. Startup Day was celebrated in India, right? That is also an initiative of the current government. I'm saying there is government is ready to talk to you. You tell them, and they are ready to help you there. It's a pro-business government. And I think that is the reason why shows like Startup, Shark Tank, Startup, everywhere you go, there is a, आज की डेट में आप किसी कॉफी शॉप चले जाओ, आपको पता है कॉफी पहले तो यू नो गेम चल रहे होते थे, लोग डिक्शनरी खेल रहे होते थे. आजकल हर टेबल पे मैं बैठा होता हूँ, ये नहीं कि मैं ज्यादा सुनने की कोशिश करता हूँ, बट सुनने में आ जाता है that they are all talking about startups. You go to any place, you go to any marriage, people are talking about founding a company or doing something different. So it's a revolution happening, and government is working very closely with founders. There's so many things which are happening. So if you guys are, so you are still working with policy, there's so many people here. Government, they are ready to help you. Is what I would say. If they are talking to us also in that. So I never thought we would make in India. It was not required. Now, government itself is encouraging making in India. They're giving duty benefit. There are PLI schemes for electronic segment. So, ये सब कहाँ से आया? Policy से तो आया. I think there's no better time to go to the government and ask for any help.
Just to build on Aman, I keep saying this. When the Prime Minister of the country gets on stage and says it's okay to fail, it's good to be an entrepreneur. You're changing the mindset of the society, you're changing the mindset of parents. You know, so the impact of which and the success of which you may see immediately, but it will happen a decade from now when you created this army of entrepreneurs. And you know, Randy Posh said something, you know, there's nothing called failure. You know, India has not produced big companies in product domain, in lots of industries because we're afraid to fail. There's nothing called failure. Randy Posh said experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. Everything is an experience. So we'll take 1 or 2 more questions. Raise your hand and short question. Yes, the lady there. Sakshi. Sakshi is a startup. She does marketing and some go-to market and stuff like that. No more.
She is a startup.
I am an all-rounder,
She
basically.
came to me with an idea. I said you should find a job. Great idea, but she's still pursuing that.
Yes, yes. So hi Aman, I am Sakshi, and I am a professional marketer as well as I'm a budding entrepreneur. So my question for you here is basically I learned about your Floativerse concert, which is by the way the first K-pop concert in India, which is on Metaverse. So I want to know your key takeaways from it, and you know how brands are changing towards their perspective towards marketing on metaverse and introduction to Web
What-
3.0.
So what do you think of metaverse? Is it a real phenomenon? Why should we be worried about metaverse or leverage it? Because you know, Sankalp is 27, she's 20. Only young people asking. 23. Okay. Two. Okay. Every minute you're getting younger. Okay.
You know, मेरा marketing का view है कि marketing ना change होती रहती है, right? There is nothing constant. Not even marketing, right? So if you look at Facebook as a company, that it changed its name from Facebook to Meta. There must be something happening there. Second, I feel that you need to keep experimenting, whether it's artificial reality, whether it's AI, VR, or whether it's metaverse. You need to keep doing. Whether metaverse is going to be the future, I don't know. But if it becomes the future, then we have to be ready, right? Did we do something about it? Yes. Was it like the best thing ever? No. But did we try it out? Yeah. But agar aaj metaverse becomes the big thing, everybody will go for it. But we'll be ready with it because we know how to do it and what were the learnings from that one concert we did, right? Are we doing more concerts? Yes. So my way of marketing is to keep trying new things. I don't know which one will succeed. When we were doing the celebrity endorsements, right? There was to be लोग कहते थे कि एक celebrity रखो काफी है. तो हमने एक नहीं रखा, हमने 10 या 12 सेलिब्रिटी अपने साथ एंडोर्समेंट करी. तो लोग मुझे कहते थे पागल आदमी, 12 एंडोर्समेंट का क्या जरूरत, एक ही काफी है. फिर क्या हुआ, वो स्नैपडील और वो आमिर खान का कांड हुआ था ना, वो एक बीच में ना, जिसमें स्नैपडील के शेयर्स भी गिर गए थे और उनका उनके साथ अब उनको ना बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी जब मैं किसी कंपनी का नाम लेता. एक कंपनी थी ना एक ई कॉमर्स में जिसका एक एम्बेसडर था. ये पीआर वाले ना सिखा के भेजते हैं ये सब, ये हर इवेंट में आता है कि ये सब नहीं बोलना. आज मुझे घर जाके लेक्चर, ये मेरे को लेक्चर नोट्स भेजेगा. Sometimes it's bad to be too honest. So there was a company in e-commerce world which I remember, and then that negative happened in that company, right? Which makes it so confusing for me to make you understand what I'm saying. But the fact is that people called us crazy. And why इतने सारे ब्रांड एम्बेसडर क्या करोगे. और अगर आज देखोगे ना सारी कंपनी किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में वो भी ऐसे ही काम करते हैं. बिकॉज इंडिया में क्या है ना, मतलब चलो वो बाद में बात करेंगे. तो मार्केटिंग is ever changing. Consumers are ever changing. If I'm still in the world where I think only Facebook sells, suppose imagine I'm 5 years ago, only Facebook was the platform to sell, but then Insta came up. And if today you're not on Insta, you're losing out a lot of audience because a lot of audience is now no longer on Facebook, right? But does that mean Facebook is dead? No, because there are a lot of audience still on Facebook. I keep advising my portfolio companies also. Because Facebook में अच्छा traffic आता है, अच्छा ROI आता है. Don't forget that also, because just because you are on Insta, you're not there on Facebook. Snapchat is evolving into a new. आज कोई भी मेरे साथ selfie लेना आता है तो मैं Snapchat के filter से लेता हूँ. There's something about that filter. So I'm saying Snapchat might become the next big thing. So you have to be there also. So be where your consumer is what I would say.
I would add on. I read this article 3 months back. I don't remember it exactly. But it said inside Mark Zuckerberg's $70 billion bet. He's not bet 70 billion. With the stock price falling by 50 billion in the 10 plus billion he's bet. So in that, there was a comment by Eric Schmidt, the executive chairman of Google. He said, I would never bet against Mark. We may not see what he's seeing, like he saw what he saw. So, one thing about startups is you don't even know what you know. If you don't know what you don't know, हमें वो ये भी नहीं पता कि हमें क्या पता है. So in future, what will work, what will not work, इसको क्या पता. Last question before we wrap up. That's सवाल फिर हरे एक को तो लॉक करना पड़ेगा.
Thanks. This is Maniraj from Amitoj India. Aman, one most important critical insight that what you hear that your competitors would not get. Your journey.
A lot of things which I feel worked in our favor. If you want to say one, then it is they did not have one. But not being pompous there, I would say there are a lot of things. I think as a team, Samir and I worked very well because, as I said, I run very fast. Sometimes I fall down because of that, and Samir balances that out. He's the most structured guy in the company. As a co-founder team, we work well. It's like a yin and yang, right? That he does something which I don't, and I don't do something which he does. So you've got to have a good team, which we had. Second, I would say the timing was good. That when we were entering there was an online revolution also happening in India, and while the older brands were focusing on the offline consumer, we started focusing on the online consumer. I would say our third part is, I would say our products were amazing because they were made for India. Not made in India at that time, but they were made for India. Because India क्या है ना, बहुत different type के products होते हैं, durability. उनको क्या चाहिए कि हमें Mercedes और Audi वाली quality चाहिए, और price चाहिए Maruti वाला. You know what I mean? So India is a very value-driven country. It's not the cheapest. Even the cheapest car in the world didn't sell in India, right? They had to close it down. I'm not using the name. So, so India, it's an aspirational country. So we build our brand on aspiration and yet kept it affordable. I would say our touchwood consumers, imported as we call them, consumers were kind enough to choose us.
This last question to this boy, and we'll wrap.
Very good afternoon. So myself, Manas Jha, from AMS Legal Tech of Founded. So before 3 years, when I am 12, so मैंने एक company बनाई थी, checkit.com. So उसमें क्या करते थे? We hired a checker from a 12th standard and check a copy for various institute and we funded within 2 months के अंदर 1 लाख की टर्नओवर हो गई इस कंपनी की, और उसके बाद लॉकडाउन हो गया, हमने उसको फिनिश कर दी क्योंकि जो भी मेरे फाउंडेड टीम थे वो उड़ गए. उसके बाद भी आई गॉट अ डिप्रेशन. The question is that कि जब कोई भी स्टार्ट करते हुए एंड टाइम इज दैट व्हेन होल्ड ऑन द कंपनी. सो व्हाट इज स्ट्रेटजी की 1 मंथ 2 मंथ के टारगेट बनाते हैं और उसको अचीव नहीं कर पाते, और उसको आपकी भी सर एंटरप्रेन्योर जर्नी में आपके अप एंड डाउन आए होंगे, तो उसको मतलब कैसे मेंटेन करो, कैसे बैलेंस किया जाए?
It's a very relevant question.
It's a good
very
question.
relevant question.
Yeah. So, आप Shark Tank देखते हो? एक आज की दुनिया में जो शार्क टैंक एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं देख रहा ना, मैं तो कहता हूँ कि बिग बॉस देख रहा हूँ क्या. बट मैं आपको बताता हूँ मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूँ. मैं बताता हूँ मैं क्यों बोल रहा हूँ. वैसे एक ना बहुत अच्छी डील आई थी, 2-3 डील्स इस सीजन में बहुत अच्छी लगी मुझे. एक नॉट नेसेसरी दैट people who get funding is a good deal. There are people, look at a deal called Stage करके आएगा. You guys have seen it? तो सही है, लोग देख रहे. Stage बहुत अच्छी डील है, उससे बहुत सीखने को मिला, राइट. उसमें आप देखोगे कैसा फाउंडर था, उसकी रातों रात 40 करोड़ की कंपनी बंद हो गई, और फिर उसने स्टार्ट करा और फिर 300 करोड़ की कंपनी बना दी 1 साल में. और उन फाउंडर से इंस्पिरेशन मिलती है कि बॉस आप you can be down but you can come out strong and you can do it well. आपको एक और स्टोरी है फ्लैट हेड्स करके, ठीक है. वो उसकी इतनी अच्छी स्टोरी है. IIT IIM का बंदा है, ठीक है, अच्छा पढ़ाई करी हुई है, सब सही है, नहीं चला बिजनेस. जरूरी नहीं है कि बिजनेस सबके चले, मतलब फेलियर रेट ज्यादा होता है. बट जो आपने बोला ना, जैसे आपने बोला आप डिप्रेस हो गए, आपको पता है कितनी बड़ी बात है. पब्लिक में पहले तो लोग इंडिया में कोई बोल भी नहीं सकता था कि मैं डिप्रेस्ड हूँ. ये पहले तो बोलना छोड़ो, लोगों को पता ही नहीं होता था कि वो डिप्रेस्ड है आधी से ज्यादा. तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आपने जो सीखा, जो आपने आज जो वर्ड भी बोले, उससे आप उभर के निकल सकते हैं, राइट. आज नहीं तो कल आप जहां भी जाओगे ना, क्योंकि आपने इतने लोज देख लिए हैं ना कि अब आपको सीधा क्या होता है ना, वो ये पिक्चर है जब भी मैं पिक्चर देखते हो वो भी नहीं देखते. बहुत बड़ी
मैगजीन
देखा, मार्केटिंग जहां मिले कर लो, राइट. चाहे टीवी की बात हो वहां आ जाते वहां आ जाते. तो चलो पिक्चर भी नहीं देखते. तो जब भी मैट करके एक मूवी है, ठीक है, मेरे को बहुत अच्छी लगती है वो मूवी. उसमें ना एक टाइम आता है जब वो भी डिप्रेस होता है, आदित्य शाहिद कपूर, और वो छोड़ चुका होता है और वो सुसाइड करने वाला होता है, और फिर वो वापस आता है, तो उसे जीत मिलती है. मैं आपको स्टोरी सिखाता हूँ. तो वो वापस आता है, फिर वो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाता है, उसकी कंपनी की कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है जिसमें वो एक लॉन्च करता है कार्ड, गीत कार्ड. उसमें वो बोलता है बॉस हमारी फटी हुई है, शेयर प्राइस डाउन है, स्टेक होल्डर हमारे पीछे पड़े हैं, कॉम्पिटिटर जीते जा रहा है, लेकिन अब जो होगा अच्छा होगा। तो आपके साथ जब इतना कुछ हो चुका होगा ना, तो जो अब जो होगा ना वो अच्छा ही होगा।
I just want to add, I don't have hair, I have not been on Shark Tank, so but I do meet a fair bit of content. मैं आपको एक दो बातें बोलता हूँ। पहली बात तो एफर्ट मारते रहो, बहुत सिंपल सी बात है। आप अब ये इससे जो भी कुछ तो सीखा ही होगा, कुछ और बना। दूसरा है ना, I am a Hindu, I am a liberal Hindu, whatever in this environment. I go to a mosque also, I go to but prarabh, it means predestined. Which means whatever you need to achieve in life is already decided up there. Whatever religion you follow. So don't be afraid. डरो मत की फेल हो। जैसे मैंने बोला एक लर्निंग है वो, उससे सीखो और लगे रहो। If you are in the play, God will send you ideas. God will send you people. God will send you funding. But you have to make effort. एक ही बात कहूँगा मेरे को, एफर्ट मारने का। बिना एफर्ट मारे तो कुछ नहीं होता, 40 भी नहीं आती। आती है आपको मॉर्निंग में? Right? You get my point now. Right? So please give Mr. Aman Gupta a big round of applause. He's inspiring a generation of entrepreneurs. And he's very authentic and he's very real. He says what he believes in. And God bless him and may he continue to build Bolt. Savita, you want to give him a role? You want to do a movie on his life? Savita made Khosla Ghosla. She made Jund.
उस लगा मुझे वो याद है, जैसे अगर जैसे कई चीजें होती है ना, तो वो लास्ट का सीन था ना, जहाँ वो बोलता है ये बात हमारे बीच में रहनी चाहिए।
हिंदी में कोई बात हिंदुस्तान में जिसको बोलोगे वो 200 लोगों को बता दो।
चुरंजी लाल।
So finally give Aman, we have a set of awards, and as I said in the morning, Aman has said that, Rishi has said that, Sagar Daryani said that, everybody said that. Build your brand. Chaitanya, he also met me. Yeah. That's okay, but that's the reality. Our son did well. He's very bright. So one is everybody said invest in a brand. Second, I think today you're all are lucky. There are platforms, whether it's a Shark Tank, whether it's a BW Disrupt, or other media platforms. Every media company should do well. Today you're lucky to have startup investors, angel investors, startup clubs, incubators, accelerators. You're lucky you're born at a time. So don't worry about failure. Keep making the efforts. The latest issue of Businessworld is a D2C special. You have Aman Gupta and his co-founder on the cover. You have Darpan Sangvi of Good Clam. You have Kamaljeet Singh who's invested. And you have India's top D2C companies, brands, businesses in that. It's a very good issue. You love reading it. Buy copies of it. It will be on stands from tomorrow. So you can buy on Wednesday. Go and buy in any city. Normally it's on Monday, but we didn't want to release it today. It will be on stands from tomorrow. Also, I want to take this opportunity. I said in the morning, Aman, as you rightly said, beyond the point, you need physical touch point. You're in a position you can do your own stores. Your bargaining power with modern trade and general trade is good. But for brands that are in their early stage of journey, and even for brands, we are doing a huge consumer-focused 2-day D2C festival, 27, 28, 26, 27, 28 at Aero City. We'll take 60 brands to exhibit from various businesses, and we'll do it as an annual thing. It's called the D2C Festival. So brands that don't get physical touch it, and we'll bring a humongous amount of footfall through multimedia, our platforms. So participate in that. There is also Navy. We have our awards now. Awards are through a process. The winners of the awards are outstanding. Again, some are obvious winners. They're very big. Some are on their way to be very big and are visibly on their way. But we've also selected some companies that we feel are on the right track from the quality of what they do, from their numbers, and not necessarily funding. Funding is a means to an end, it's not an end. Right? So really, revenue is what matters, profitable revenue is what matters, and right mentorship. In India, founders now value, I feel. I have been meeting founders for 20 years, mentorship. So get a right mentor, whether it's a Naman Gupta or a Sagar Daryani or whoever you want to get. And they will guide you, inspire you. I know the time is always under pressure of entrepreneurs, family life, personal pursuits, and work. And entrepreneurs are all about work. They think of work all the time. So if you need any help, we will in April launch a formal mentorship programs where we'll bring successful founders to be able to mentor cohorts totally out of no commercial reason, but our way to give back to this community. Again, give Aman Gupta a big round of applause, and God bless you.
Thank you, Anuragji. So I just wanted to tell, I have never, in my school, college, I've never got any awards. Never. Even a consolation prize भी नहीं मिलता. मैं participate भी नहीं करता था सर किसी भी award उसमें किसी race में जीतता नहीं था. पहला award जो मुझे मिला ना was the young entrepreneur from Anuragji. So thank you for that, sir. And I put it on my Facebook. And it's there like 3 years back. It was there. It was the first award I ever won in my life. So it's a very happy feeling.
And we are very proud of the way we do our awards. And we believe in a world there is so much people who discourage. Like some I go to parties and go, oh, you do award. Yesterday somebody was saying I should get a Padma for giving. I said, why not? Why not? We do it for the right process, right reason. We discovered people as a media platform. So I'm not in the back of that, right? And I'm comfortable. I don't even argue. And again, we have a selection process that's very robust. Don't be smart, be successful, but be kind. And yes, sometimes entrepreneurs can be very specific about the way they do things, whether you make butter chicken or kali dal, whatever you do, whether it's in Daryaganj or in Aero City. One thing you have to learn from Aman, he's rightly very, very proactive in what he does. He's kind and he's at it. So, be like him. I don't know when you grow up, you want to be like him or you like Amit Bhatta or Rishi. But what you can learn from them is always be on the front foot. Even when he was always successful, he's super successful today. But he's broadly like that. Of course, the confidence goes up. All that happens. It's a natural thing. You are on television, so on and so forth. But don't stop being in the play. Love what you do and help other people. If you help other people, God will help you. God bless you. We'll dive into the awards. We'll see a Navy award. Give Aman a bigger round of applause there.
A picture, please. I think in continuity, Dr. Batra too deserves an applause. Thank you so much, Aman. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And now moving forward from the following discussions that we witnessed today to the evening's celebrations. I welcome you all to the BW Marketing World and BW Disrupts India's Top D2C Brands Awards 2023. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik and it's an honor to be here. A request, please join in the celebrations by using the hashtag BWITDB. Also, agar aap ek vijeta hain aaj ke, if God's been kind and you win, and if you're not here to receive your award, wo mauka fir se nahi aayega. Just to let you know. Yeah. Also, today's award ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and our community partner sites, www.bwmarketingworld.com, www.bwdisrupt.com, and www.bwretailworld.com. Well, we also have the upcoming FETS AV that Dr. Batra spoke of. Can you please have the AV? So 25th and 26th of March, Aero City it is. Once again, our editing partners for today, powered by ABP Network, our retention partner, WebEngage, our D2C growth partner, GoQuick, our retail visibility partner, Amitoj India, our lanyard partner, iAvatars, our logistics partner, Shipyari, our offline distribution partner, 40 per beat, our WhatsApp commerce partner, ByteSpeed, and our display partner, Procusi. And as Dr. Batra mentioned before, to arrive at this list of the top 50, BW Businessworld's editorial board and an advisory council studied more than 300 D2C brands that included names which have managed to grow, attract funding, scale up operations, and open up new sectors. The top 50 were eventually selected from those whose models show the promise of being future ready. The awards look at year-on-year growth, revenue market share, technology innovations, and ability to scale up. From this list, more than 50% of the winners have witnessed over 100% year-on-year growth. Around 50% of the featured brands are constantly developing innovative products using technological advancements. And since they sell to consumer directly, they have built a loyal base, particularly among the Gen Z consumers. Moving forward, I would first request Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and founder, Exchange for Media, to officially open the awards ceremony.
Let me say what Elizabeth Taylor said to many of her suitors. I won't keep you long. It's my honor and privilege to be at a gathering which has India's top innovators, D2C founders, entrepreneurs, the ecosystem players. My friend Deep Bajaj is also here. Deep again built a fantastic company and is, he sold it to another larger group, and he's now investing in many startups. We are invested in one company together. So really happy to see Akash from Bella Vita is there. Lots of friends. I met them after many months. I just want to say everything has been said about D2C, about awards, about entrepreneurship. I just want to say that we would, as a media platform, not only just do awards, but editorialize what you have done. So when the winners today, we'll make sure that we do detailed interviews. My editorial colleagues are here. As Aditya also shared that we've looked at the brands and businesses in terms of the kind of businesses they've built, the kind of differentiation that they have, the kind of depth they have in their category, what is their future potential, and are they pioneers in their sector. There's a lot of thinking, planning, evaluation, rejection that has gone into select these top 50. We've looked at their year-on-year growth in revenue, market share, technology innovation, and our own reading of their ability to scale up. So this year there's no jury. It's done by our editorial, 6 people in the editorial, including me, Noor, Suman, Ruhail, Resham, and Chetan. Chetan is not an editorial person, he's in the business side, but he understands this domain and participated in the discussion. I just want to say that when you see the winners tonight, they're truly representative of the work that is happening in the D2C sector. Look forward to celebrating them. And when they are here, please cheer them up with a loud round of applause. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And to felicitate the first set of winners, Dr. Batra, I'm so sorry, मैं आपको रोकना भूल गया. But please, sir. And I would also request Surabhi Janeja, Director, Strategy and Growth, WebEngage, to please join us on stage. Everybody, let's welcome the lady, please. Also, for all the winners, once you collect your award, please step down from stage left for a picture that we need for the magazine. And all the winners, once you've received your award, after the ceremony, please stay back. We have to have a group picture once again for the magazine. And now, the first brand to join the elite club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is vote Aman Gupta, the foundation, to collect the award. Aman, sir, from not receiving anything to receiving this once again. कैसा रहा है सफर?
मुझे अच्छा लगता है यार अवार्ड आज भी बहुत अच्छी फील आती है जस्ट जब तक जो वो नहीं कहता था एक युवराज सिंह बनी था जब तक ठाट है जो कहते हैं ना जब तक बल्ला चल रहा है तब तक ठाट है राइट so it's a good feeling till today so we have whenever we win an award we take pictures and send it on our internal groups and people get motivated it's a good feeling.
I met him for a personal reason 2-3 years back. And he said, "Sir, मजा नहीं आ रहा physical event पर भी क्या होता है?" So I have exactly, and I came back to the office. I had the same view. I told the team because you can't get the feel of Aman Gupta online. ये आ सकती है फिर नहीं आती ना. Give Aman Gupta and board a big round of applause.
Thank you and congratulations, Aman, to you and your entire team. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brand of 2023 is Mitch, and we have Siddhartha Dungarwal, the founder, to receive the award on behalf of the entire brand. Should be here. Dada. Okay, let's use it again. Take two. Siddharth, a few words, please.
Thanks, thank you, Anurag sir. Obviously, awards motivate you to go even more aggressive, and I think you should keep doing this and motivate entrepreneurs. I mean, it's rarely that you see now, entrepreneurship is being celebrated, so it's a good feeling.
यार ताली बजाने पे सरकार ने GST लगाई नहीं है. And it's, how many you went for your morning walk? Only 3. By the way, by clapping, you burn the same amount of energy that you would do with 3 kilometers of walk. Something like that. So clapping is good for heart muscle.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brand of 2023 is Bama, and we have Sunil Afsi, the founder, receive the award on behalf of the entire team. Let's give Sule and his entire team a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'll help you hold that.
I think as Aman was saying, never really, this was probably the first award that he got. Same for me as well. Never got any awards in school. And this is probably the first one for Bummer as well. So I think feeling, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, for me, it's a very happy occasion, special one, and probably definitely going in internal groups, the first thing that I get down from here. So yeah.
Set of bummers for every winner. Happily. And the jury. Okay. You're on camera, huh? Give him a big round of applause. Give Bummer a big round of applause. अरे यार अमन
आप सब कृपया अपना साइज बाहर बता के जाएं. They'll take care of it. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the elite club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is the Sleep Company, and we have the City Business Head Vishal Singh receive the award on behalf of Steve. Let's give them a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. सर विशाल सर, ये जल्दी कहाँ सर? कैसा लग रहा है आपको? बस 10 शब्द.
में कुछ काम है, नहीं आता है, मैं क्या देखता हूँ ऑपरेशन करेगा, उनके आपको
बढ़िया है सर, मुबारक हो आपको. थैंक यू सो मच. I'll also request Aman to please join us on stage to also present the awards now. And moving ahead, the next brand to join the elite club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is the Good Glam Crew, when we have Mahima Mishra to receive the award on behalf of the entire team. No, this is just starting. Mahima. ये तालियां उसके बाद ही बजेंगी. But how does this one feel?
We're really honored to be featured and recognized as one of the top D2C brands in the country, and really, I speak for the entire group. We're really happy, and thank you, Businessworld, for recognizing us. Truly.
Thank you and congratulations to the entire family back home. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the elite club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Super Tales, and we have the founder we need to receive the award on behalf of his entire team. Please. Hello, no problem.
I think I've mentioned it before. It's a category which brings smiles to everyone's faces. More than humans, pets are better companions. So more people keep pets. Category grows. Let's bet.
Congratulations and thank you. You know, also Sule had mentioned कि वो बमर के garments मिलेंगे, but तभी जब तालियां भरपूर होंगी तब. That's an added note. You can mention that. Now moving ahead, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Cool, and we have the head of marketing and sales, Apoor Bristol, joining us to receive the award. Apoor, cool.
Big honor to be on the stage. But as Aman said, and I think a lot of other people also said, there are about 220 women putting in extra shifts because this is like the biggest season for us. Holi is like a really big season. And they really push themselves. The team is pushing themselves. We are a very, very small team. So something like this is just that added push for the next 6-7 days. So short term, mein to bahut zyada, it's going to make the team feel really great. And in the long term, I hope we can grow and take this brand global. I mean, that's the ambition, to be honest. Thank you.
Congratulations and on season, off season, you're here to support always. Mubarak ho aapko. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW India Disrupts top D2C brands of 2023 is Oziba, and we have the PR team Anjali Venugopal and Kulpreet to receive the award on behalf of the team. Also, for all the winners, if you have received the award, please stay back because you also have to have a group picture in the end for the magazine. Thank you. The PR team exactly know what to say. Over to you.
This is complete and I'm from the PR agency, and I'm receiving this from Thanks a lot for the invitation and the opportunity.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Surbhiji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody, once for her, please. We also here in the first fireside chat of the day. And now I would request Vinayak Agarwal, founder and CEO of Byte3, to please join us on stage to help us present the next set of awards. And while he's joining us, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Bubble Street, and we have the supply chain lead, Suyash Chandak, joining us to receive the award. Everybody for him, please. This entire team. Yes. Few words.
Thanks a lot. Really honored to be here. And yeah,
Short and sweet. एंड ऑल्सो मुझे दाद देनी पड़ेगी इन सारे कॉलम्स की जो मेरे आगे बैठे हैं एटलीस्ट मैं बाद में रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ आप ये जो तालियां नहीं बजा रहे हैं जस्ट टू से जस्ट इन्फॉर्मिंग And now the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brand of 2023 is '82 East, and we're being joined by the founder, Jigar Shah, and my list also says Deepika Padukone to receive the award. Jigar, congratulations.
So thank you so much, firstly, for the recognition. I think we're just getting started. So this one is for the whole team. Important message. I think it's very important to stay humble, stay focused. There's a lot more to do. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. Moving on, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Earth Rhythm, and we have the founder, Harani Sivakumar, to receive the award on behalf of the entire team. And congratulations.
Thank you for having me here today and for the award. It's always fun to get awards and it's quite motivating. Thank you so much. It's been quite a journey for us from 2019 onwards, from being a homemaker straight up for 7 years and then starting a company. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations.
I know these companies mostly. I forget I was asking Surbhi, but you're all famous. The reason that you're doing well. So it may be a good idea. Maybe there are 5 people who don't know about your brand. If you can just say what your brand and business is, it'll help you. Okay, and it's on camera.
And you only get 15 seconds to do that. Thank you, and I'm sorry I have to take note of time. But thank you. Moving on, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Beyond Snacks, and we have the founder, Manas Madhu, to receive the award. Congratulations, Manas. Love the smile.
keep coming. I think when you have the right mothers on the side, so it's going to thanks a lot for all the support. And, thanks a lot for recognizing the answer.
I'll tell you, we didn't know Manas at all. He came for the Shark Tank season 1, and his sale his sale that month that time was 20 lakhs a month. Now he's doing 2 crores a month. Doing crazy business.
Thank you.
No wonder he said awards will keep coming. Congratulations to you, my friend, and your entire team back home. Moving on, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Tender Cuts, and we have the lead UX designer Charanjit Singh to receive the award on behalf of the entire team. Let's have a huge round of applause for him and his entire team, please. Taran, अरे कैसा लग रहा है आपको? मैं I'll hold the mic. बढ़िया है, मुबारक हो. Congratulations. जो कहना था 2 शब्दों में कह दिया. Thank you so much, Vinayak ji, for helping us with the awards. Thank you so much, sir. Everybody for him, please. And now, joining us to present the next set of awards is Maniraj Singh Janeja, Director, Amitoj, India. So, yes, please, sir. And now the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Jimmy's Cocktail, and we have the founder, Nitin Bhardwaj, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks. My son will be very happy. 8-year-old son वो बोलता है कि बादशाह कहने तो नहीं.
नितिन ही यूजर्स वो बोर्ड के प्रोडक्ट यूज करते हैं आपके बेटे? बोर्ड के प्रोडक्ट यूज करते हैं आपके बेटे? बढ़िया. Then congratulations, Nitin. And now we are moving towards the last set of awards. The next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Lenscott, and we have Neha Kumari, marketing and growth lead to receive the award. Neha, congratulations. Thank you and congratulations to everybody back home. Moving on, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brand of 2023 is Greenlee Coffee, and we have the founders Rahul Jain and Samyesh Khanna to receive the award. Rahul, congratulations.
So this is a great honor. Working hard, really grow, and today being able to stand here and we've just recently launched new product, and we're now trying to get into the offline market and entering new categories, making new breakthroughs onwards and upwards. So thanks to Samesh, who's not outside, and the team standing in the back. This is for everyone, guys. Thanks.
Congratulations to you and your entire team. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Health Card, and we have the COO Chela Pandya to receive the award. And a request to all the winners. You're almost near the end. Please stay back for the group picture for the magazine. Thank you. Congratulations.
Just to collect the award, but it goes back to 1,000+ posts.
Thank you and congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Fresh to Home, and we have Priyanka Mani from the PR team to receive the award. And congratulations.
Thank you so much for recognizing us. We plan to reach more heights later. Thank you.
And receive more awards. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mani Raji. Thank you for helping us. Everybody for him, please. And now I request Mr. Nayan Ratan Thayara, Chief Executive Officer of a shipyard, to please join us on stage to present the next set of awards. Moving on, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Nat Habit, and we have the founder, Sagatika Das, to receive the award. Here. Nope. Nat Habits. The one? Okay. We'll move on to the next one. But congratulations to her and the entire team. The next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Neiman's, and we have the AVP Footwear Sourcing, Bhupender Singh, to collect the award. Everybody, a big round of applause for him and his entire team, please. Wow, what happened to the audience, guys? Did you know we're still on? Thank you. Congratulations.
Hi, Karan and Amar, we made it, and definitely I would like to thank on behalf of entire Neiman's team, and we proudly say that we are providing the most comfortable and eco-friendly product from Neiman's. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the winners, reminder, stage left. Once you receive your award to the picture, and then the group picture as well. Last set of awards. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Sugar Cosmetics, and we have the retail manager Pushkar Basu to collect the award on behalf of the entire team. There he is. Pushkar, congratulations.
Well, thank you everyone for this recognition. And Sugar Cosmetics has been a hustler since these last 10 years and will continue to disrupt the industry in the beauty and wellness category so long and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. His message is loud and clear. Thank you so much, Nayan sir, for helping us with that. Thank you everybody for him, please. I would now request Tanisha Doshi, the growth and strategy web engaged, to please join us on stage to help us present the next set of awards. Please, ma'am. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Sirona Hygiene, and we have the founder, Deep Bajaj, to receive the award. Deep, congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Coming from the editorial team, it's very special. I accept this humbly on behalf of my team. I think they are the ones who deserve this. And I would like to thank all our customers what we do, because you asked 15 seconds. We make innovative female hygiene products under Sirona and Peabody brand. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Deep. Thank you so much and congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brand of 2023 is Badam Cheese, and we have Shrey Monga to receive the award on behalf of the entire team. For all the winners, we are down to our last 5, so please stay back for the group picture as well. Thank you. Congratulations.
A big thank you from the entire team. We're honored to receive this award, and receiving it from Aman makes it even more special. I'm sure my teammates and friends are going to be very jealous. So thank you so much.
Mentioned jealous and he looked at me. I don't know why. But congratulations to you, my friend, and to the entire team. The next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Apilo, and we have the founder Sanjeev Balian to receive the award. Please. Congratulations, sir.
So much. मैं कहूँगा हैप्पी लो खाओ और हैप्पी हो जाओ. Thank you.
Wow. Short and sweet. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Heads Up for Tails, and we have the founder and the creative director, Rashin Narang, to receive the award. Congratulations. Rashi from you.
Thank you so much for having me here and the Business World for encouraging and supporting so many entrepreneurs and the whole ecosystem over the years. Thank you so much.
Rashi, you know, I first met her on a jury pitch. She applied to an award, and again, she was a unanimous winner. Really, from the time it was 3 years back. Look at the journey in the last 3 years. So I met her physically face to face for the first time, and was telling about my daughter's love for the store. Cost me a lot of money, but she's done a great job. Give her a big round of applause.
Thank you and congratulations to you and your entire team. Moving ahead, the next brand to join the League Club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is noise, and we have the founder Gaurav Khatri to receive the award on behalf of his entire team. Gaurav, congratulations on making all the noise.
Not Gaurav, it's by the way, but thank you so much, BW. Awards are always a great validation that you're on the right path. And I think I humbly received this on behalf of the 380 who are eagerly waiting for me to take this back. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Also, please. Thank you so much, Tanisha ji, for helping us with the work. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody for her, please. And for the last 2 hour requests, Kamal Sehgal, Head Marketing, and Amit Tyagi, the Region Head from Tracker, to please help us felicitate the next set of awards. Just a second, sir. And now, sir, we have two more. And the next brand to join the League Club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Tracker, that we have Kamal Sehgal, Head Marketing, and Amit Tyagi, Region Head, to receive the award. Congratulations, sir. Few words, please.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot on behalf of Petron team. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. And the next brand to join the League Club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Bewakoof, and we have from the marketing team Jatin Jinga to receive the award. There he is. Let's give Jatin and his entire team a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Jatin, Sahib.
Just say one word, be a Bewaku.
Badhiya. Mubarak ho. And now we have the final two. My list keeps extending. The next brand to join the league club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Licious Saparna Chaudhary, and we have an AV also from her. We also have ma'am to receive the award. Please. First time in 20 years. We also have a video from the team. Can you please have a look at that, please?
Hi everybody. Hi Anurag. It's a great honor to receive yet another award from BW. I think we keep receiving a lot of BW awards because BW knows good quality, just like Licious knows good quality. So here I am again to accept the BW Marketing World D2C award for this year. I remember bumping into Anurag, I think about a month ago at Taj, where Anurag's throat was hoarse. The moment he saw me, उनके अंदर की आत्मा एकदम ऐसे जागी जैसे कोई आ गए, you know, we remember the first award that we got. So we've come a long way. And I think back then there was nothing called as D2C. Today, you know, D2C is the buzzword. But yeah, I think a big thank you to our consumers first. Also, everybody else who's played a big part in getting this here. We continue to do more. And we continue to believe that you will see the more that we are doing. So yeah, thanks a lot. Have a great evening with that.
Congratulations, ma'am. Thank you so much and your entire team.
The year Aman won the YEA, Mr. Hanjura also won. He lost a lot of weight. He looked so fit. I met him 3 weeks back in Bombay. So again, very happy. The category is doing well. If there's a strong category, everyone will do well. And happy two other, you know, apart from this you and another player won. So the category is continuing to grow. So that's the good part. Congratulations to all the winners. We're taking our D2C summit to Bombay and Bangalore. Also, again saying next month we are doing an experiential, consumer-focused D2C festival of D2C brands, consumers to focus at the Aero City. And reach out to your team for stalls, sponsorships, participation, visiting, so on and so forth. I'll give the mic back to Aditya Malik. Give Aditya a big round of applause. He's been here since 9:55 a.m. and doing his job.
और इसी के साथ next and the last one, the next brand to join the lead club of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023 is Pure Foods, and we have Rahul. We have Rahul Kumar, the operation head, to receive the award. There he is. We also have a video. We'll play that. We'll play that. We also have a video from the team. Can you please play that?
Top 50 D2C brands in the country. Recognitions like these are very, very encouraging for us and the team to keep building a great business.
Thank you and congratulations, Rahul Aapko bhi. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of BW Marketing World and BW Disrupt India's top D2C brands of 2023. All the winners, request you please join us on stage for a group picture. We request you to please bring your trophies along with you. Only trophies, only trophies. All the winners, अगर आपके team members बाहर हैं, we request you please ask them to come inside. This is for the magazine. And once again, my name is Aditya Malik. Been an honor to be a host for today, and we shall see you very soon. All the winners, please